get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Them checks big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for them bags that they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for them bangs that they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
them in through the front, trying to be the tripwire to... They've all got to push in towards the house.
As if the first 3 days weren't enough for MADBULLS, they're still on a tear. 2 first places yesterday, back to back. Who's going to stop them? But there are new challengers rising through the ranks. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to PMPL EU Fall. Once again, my name's Galoris, and joining me to my left-hand side, he's super dry. It is Max Man. How are you doing, friend?
I'm doing fantastic, and yeah, as you said it, MADBULLS, they're looking strong once again, and for the teams at the bottom, as we are about to reach the end of the phase, it's getting dark and darker for them, so they need to get those points on board as soon as possible.
Yeah, they're going to have to be careful. Treacherous in those dungeons it is, as we take a look at the social medias as well. You guys can join us on over there, over on TikTok, over on YouTube, over on Twitch, over on Facebook, over on Instagram, over on absolutely everything. So make sure to join us. Maybe you'll tantalize some of Max's lovely, lovely, exciting stuff that's going on over on Instagram as well, which is always fun to do so. Now, moving forward as well, of course, we have our schedule and how everything's going to kind of play out as well here, Max. But one thing's for sure is that we've had ourselves quite the festivities, and today it's a bit of a shorter day because double Sanhoks means some quick rapid-fire games.
Yeah, going by a little bit faster this time around, and do you wonder if we're going to have some of those similar out in the blue fights that we did happen yesterday? That was a bit out of the ordinary compared to what you usually see on Sanhok, so we'll see if things are going to be changing up over there. But one thing that's never going to change is that hot drop in Painan, so who's going to win it, KASIK or Titan today? I don't know. I still want it to stop, but it's going to keep going. You just know it.
Apparently here. I mean, even though when Titan did actually have their hot drop go on yesterday, it was good. Like, I think they got themselves, what, 12 eliminations with a 4th place in that Sanhok. So, you know what? Can't begrave them, even though they did catch them on Trifecta and it was a little bit weird. But anyway, let's move on from that as well here. Because overalls and how things stand right now is that, of course, well, with the daily winners, we have ourselves a situation where, as we say, we had those back-to-back MADBULLS wins here, but Gladiators started out strong. And then we had some little, not exactly upsets towards the end of the day, kind of expected given positions wins.
Yeah, I am happy to see a Dagestan 77 win. I still want to see them trying to be a little bit more decisive because I think we're in agreement here that the first game of the day with Gladiators taking a win, that could have possibly been a Dagestan 77 win if they did not give too much space up north to the side of Gladiators. But that's the thing. You're looking at these top teams, your MADBULLS, your Gladiators. If you do a single mistake, if you give them just a slightly little bit too much room, they are going to run away with it and start to apply even more pressure, punish you, and take themselves the win. So we need to see teams like Dagestan 77, and they're not the only team, but a bunch of other teams start to be a little bit more decisive and controlling if they want to make sure they can control these wins that are starting to be even more important towards the end of the phase.
Yeah, Gladiators and MADBULLS are the guys that can overcome adversity when it comes to like a disadvantageous position, I think is fair to say. So for Dagestan, not easy to go up against the Gladiators in that first one. But let's take a look at the overalls now here, because as we were mentioning before, MADBULLS really is running away with this first phase. Thankfully for everybody else, Max, the points reset between the phases effectively, so there'll be an opportunity for these teams to try and catch up.
And during the rehearsal, I think you calculated it's like almost 8 average elims per game for MADBULLS, which is an insane average to have across all single battlegrounds. It's not like you have a lot of Erangels, a lot of Miramars. Like, you have the same amount of Miramars, Erangels, and Sanhok alike, and they're performing so well on all of them, which is so insane. And of course, the transition of eliminations into chicken dinners too, because when you get eliminations, you clear more space. When you have more space, you have more of a chance of getting those wins. So that is an insane average. And currently, we already said it yesterday, they are the team to beat. But Gladiators, I think they're starting to like build a little bit more momentum too here, starting off the day with the chicken dinner yesterday. Very decisive, very aggressive, as we know them to be. But towards the bottom, I'm looking at MUERTE and Titan Gaming. Can they try and maybe overtake a second position today? It could be happening. Could be, considering that they've been quite consistent. I mean, MUERTE obviously had a great day yesterday. We'll talk about that in a little bit's time here. But Titan as well. It was middling for the most part yesterday, apart from that 12 eliminations, as well as that 4th place when it came to Sanhok as a whole. But they still got a little bit going elsewhere, not huge amounts. Meanwhile, down towards the 9th and 16th as well, we saw a little bit of a rise up from Dagestan. VIRTUS.PRO, a big rise up. Again, we'll talk about them yet a little later on. But SBG, with that win towards the end of yesterday, it was kind of an expected win in terms of their initial position, but the VULGAR boys, let's be honest, kind of threw it a little bit. That's the thing. VULGAR Boys threw 2 games yesterday.
Yeah.
Possibly they could have got himself 2 wins, but one went the way of Gladiators at the start of the day, and one went the way then of SPG at the end of the day. So they start poorly, end poorly. We need to see VULGAR Boys, as we said, be more decisive, being willing to occupy more space and not... I mean, you saw one player, I think it was Foopsman, that just gave a little bit too much space. And SPG are like, oh, we got so much room to work with around that northern ridge line. We're just going to start playing those angles, and then they just completely obliterate the competition. So it's not just VULGAR Boys, but I want to see some teams hopefully look at that and understand what the issue is with their game plan and hopefully adjust. It's just the start of the tournament. It's like a month left, so you can make these big adjustments on the go.
We have seen teams start off a little passive and then gain some more confidence as phases have gone on, right? So one team that comes to mind is a team like Sly Europe from way back. But anyway, let's take a look at how the PMGC points shape up currently. Now, do bear in mind, these are the standings at the end of spring, and to now compare those to where we are at fall at the moment. And MADBULLS here, Max, has risen those ranks. Woo.
Yeah, Major Pride had a 91-point lead against Gladiators in second place, which I thought that was going to last an entire phase. It lasted about half a phase, which is insane to think that MADBULLS have overtaken Gladiators, then overtook Major Pride, and are now... starting today, I would say, Kalara is starting to create their very own lead. And unless we see Major Pride start to initiate a comeback, which, from how they've been playing, I don't really expect that to be the case unless we see like a major change in how they approach it. I don't think that this is going to be anywhere close. So MADBULLS, still the team to beat when it comes to, you know, just a full season, but also PMGC points alike. Though we could have a few maybe surprises here. We could see them where NEXUS can climb up. It's a long tournament, as we already said, but like MADBULLS are just, they're just insane this season.
I mean, as you say, look at the climb that MUERTE is having currently, right? 595 to 721, taking over NEXUS's position. So there is a world where they could try and gain some position here, but we'll see as time goes on. As you say, if you think about it, with only one spot actually up for grabs in that regard, it is going to be difficult unless MADBULLS has a dramatic slowdown to try and knock them off of that perch. So all these teams could look great, but unless you look excellent, it is going to be difficult. But let's compare 2 of the teams that yesterday were able to rise through the ranks. VIRTUS.PRO and MUERTE. We've already just mentioned MUERTE here. They had a great yesterday. Likewise, VIRTUS.PRO also on the rise here, Max, from 19th up to 11th.
Yeah, 19th to 11th place in a single day. That is an incredible rise up to the occasion. 27 eliminations on the day too, which is up there with like some of the good days of your MADBULLS or Gladiators. Like, this was a really, really strong day. Maybe struggling to reach the late game a bit more consistently, but at least they got that fragging power, willing to take center position on sometimes even tough terrain. That Miramar in particular, I was surprised the way they were able to carve out so much space in that specific game. So I want to see those improvements continue from this team. I mean, we saw this roster at the start of the season. I remember mentioning this team. You got star players. You got Wait, Beck, Elementrix, and Madness. They were put together just before the season, so they're still trying to like get used to playing with one another. But I feel like this is one of the teams that could improve significantly from being hyper passive to very aggressive, as you stated earlier. So I'm keeping an eye out for VIRTUS.PRO. I would love to see them on that first page, maybe today.
I think they can gain ground. We will see. We'll loop back onto VIRTUS.PRO in just a few moments' time. But before we do that, we can actually hear from MUERTE coming into this season of PMPL and see how they're faring.
Hi there, you're watching Western Europe PMPL Fall Split. I'm here with Milky Way from MUERTE. How are you doing today, man?
Good. Хорошая.
There's big difference in your roster compared to last season. How did you recruit the new members and how will their strengths affect your gameplay?
После конца прошлого сезона было ясно, что у нас что-то идет не так, потому что было много конфликтов среди участников команды, поэтому нам пришлось поменять состав, как раз-таки исходя из того, что нужны игроки неконфликтные. Из-за этого мы выбрали Корку и Фурию. И, ясное дело, у них еще был опыт, поэтому у нас не было вопросов между тем, взять их или не взять. Как мы поняли, что они фри-агенты, и нам не понадобится, не понадобится то, что Короче, замены никакие не нужны, и они нам хорошо подходят.
Awesome. After the results of spring, we've seen a way better result in PMRC versus Africa. Do you think the competition was less difficult in this tournament, or is it because of the new roster?
Ну и, конечно, из-за того, что у нас и состав хороший, такой результат вышел, и из-за того, что мы только собрались, у нас конфетно-букетный период, можно сказать. Но мне кажется, состав точно сильнее, чем был. Ну и не сказать, что суперсильный регион играл против нас. 100% лан-турнир, который ПМРЦ, который был, он был бы посложнее, если бы мы на нем играли. Не знаю, какой бы результат получился.
Excellent insights from Milky Way there from MUERTE, so thanks for him for joining us here, and thanks to Blank for the interview as we now take a look a little bit closer at what we were mentioning before about VIRTUS.PRO, of course, who's kind of risen through those ranks alongside MUERTE. Not quite attained the heights of MUERTE just yet, but VIRTUS.PRO yesterday looked far more spectacular, I think it's fair to say, than their first 3 days, Max.
Okay, just to like really describe this graphic, these are total stats from day 1 to day 3 of this phase, so the last 3 days we had. And they had 30 on 3 days, and on a single day yesterday, on day 4, they got 27 elims. They're just eclipsing their results of the first half of this phase. And of course, most importantly is not just the eliminations, which is in its own regard like massive increase from them, but that survival time from just about 17 minutes to 23.5, that is mental. They keep getting into the late game. Podiums are not reaching consistently just yet, but at least they're getting into the late game, which shows to me during that 4-day break, there has been significant changes. They are willing to be more aggressive, to defend their positions, to gatekeep on the side of circles and send it in the center when there is a game opportunity in front of them, which I love to see. They're super decisive, and I just hope we can see this team keep improving over time. And actually, one of the players I didn't mention is Rude playing for VP, which in his own regard, an old player from Alliance can have his pop-off performances when the time is right.
No, I mean, if you look at these highlights as well from yesterday, I think it's fair to say that this team, the composition of it, and guys like Lamentrix, for example, when he was playing on ARR, they were kind of slow starters as well. They eventually were able to kind of learn the lobby, right, across a phase or two, and really started gaining traction. And I think that when we're looking at VIRTUS.PRO here, we're probably seeing that similar air of it. I don't know if they're going to be able to attain a top 3, top 4, top 5, but top 8 is not out of the realms of possibility, I think, Max, when looking at how they were able to play things yesterday.
I agree. I would like to see them go in the championship and see how they could potentially fare up against the teams of, well, Turkey as a whole. Because maybe this is a season where they're going to struggle a bit, but if they maintain this roster together and they go back into the spring season of 2024, next year's 2024, I think chances are they could perform pretty good in the spring season. So yeah, I feel like this is a team that is just willing to take in even more knowledge and get better as time goes on.
I wish you would start reminding me that time keeps speeding up, Max. And yes, next year is 2024. I don't know where the last 24 years have gone, Max, all right? I don't know.
You're like 45, right? I think.
Shut up, all right? No. I'm only 35, damn it. It's a, it's a hard life. It's a hard life. But anyway, beyond that, who are you looking at for today, Max? Which teams do you have your eyes on coming into our 5th day of play?
Ooh, I'm definitely not saying VULGAR boys. My heart has been broken too many times. I want you to prove them, for them to prove to me that they can do something. No, if I'm looking at a team I would like to see a little bit more from, I want to see Dagestan 77 improve on what we mentioned yesterday, which is to not give too much space to teams that could be a potential threat to them. I do like what they're trying to do, sending Zadira as an off angle. Like, they are trying to do multiple things towards the late game to facilitate their late game winning condition, which I can appreciate, but I do want them to also keep in mind that if you're against a MADBULLS, a Gladiators, or now a MUERTE, etc. at the top, they are going to punish you for those mistakes. So Dagestan, if I can see them slowly but surely improve over time, I feel like there's also a team just like VIRTUS.PRO I would like to see play in the championship versus Turkey.
I'm going to pick SHOCKWAVE on my side here, Max. I know that you might be a little bit shocked and surprised by that, but yesterday they were pretty quiet. Despite, doing all right for themselves. They got a few eliminations here and there, but nothing too spectacular, right? Whereas when we see SHOCKWAVE get to those late games, you mentioned it yesterday, actually, exactly the same thing I'm about to mention. When you see them get to the late game, they're actually very, very powerful. They're able to control space well. They're able to go on very decent 1-1-1-1 splits to try and eliminate those off angles from their opponents, and they can play out effectively. So I would like to see them. What do you think?
I agree. I think that SHOCKWAVE currently is looking like the better French team, which is weird to say after how dominant Game Lord were last season. But the big roster changes make it that SHOCKWAVE currently is looking like the better team. And with Terminus on their side, they're going to look as dangerous as ever. I do agree with their splits, though, how they're able to take players off like that pretty easily. I do, though, think that sometimes they split a little bit too wide and they lose a play or two. And it tends to be the case where if you lose a play or two, the entire team dies just seconds after.
Oh.
So they need to try and just refocus their attention to playing together a little bit closer packed. And if they do so with the fragging power they put on full display throughout the first 4 days, I do think they can reach the late game a little bit more consistently and hopefully maybe get their first chicken dinner after SBG got one yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, those kinds of splits are something that actually even brings it back to Dagestan 77, which we were watching in that first game of the day yesterday, right? If you think about, you know, them trying to move across the road to try and find themselves a hill position and then sending one back over the road to eventually weed out the position of, I think it was TUNA that they eventually took down, and Shifu was able to take him from the northern side. The fact that to make those splits happen, firstly, you've got to be very proactive about your movement, and yes, they were doing that fantastically. To then also just completely eliminate your opponents, I think is awesome. And Dagestan is not kind of a stranger to that kind of play. So these two teams that we bring up can make it happen. It's just that you've got these absolute sharks in the lobby, like MADBULLS, like Gladiators, that will subvert your expectations when it comes to winning a fight at all. They will beat you in disadvantageous positions.
I mean, we touched upon it right already, that all these teams, except for, of course, your MADBULLS and Gladiators, if you do a singular mistake against them, they are going to punish you for that. Like, you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile, and after that, they're going to take the chicken dinner. So you've got to be very careful of how you execute those late game plans. Though, talking about late game plans, I want to see Major Pride do better in the late game, because now we saw it on the PMGC rankings, right? They're currently in second place. Behind MADBULLS, they're looking super consistent, super aggressive. Major Pride need to find a proper game plan. I don't feel like they're scouting anymore, which is really weird. Like, they're just sending in positions with minimal information and just dying in a matter of seconds. So Major Pride, other than Dagestan, which is a team I'm looking at today, we expect Major Pride to do better. It was the big three at the start of the season. Now it's the big two. So Major Pride need to reclaim that title, hopefully in these next 2 days of this phase.
Yeah, the thing is, with the addition of Blackwhite, I was hoping that they would find more success, because he is an excellent player. He was for excuse me. But anyway, that's by the by. Let's get to it here. Big thank you to Monster for joining us here. I don't have a Monster to hand. Maybe I'll pick up one later on. The Lewis Hamilton one's awesome, and we'll get this on rolling here for now. Thank you very much, Max. It is time to head over to the casters. It's time for Sanhok. Let's do it. John and Blank.
Thank you very much for setting us up for the first match of the day. We are going to be going thick and fast into this first Sanhok. Blank, we are, again, as ever, grateful to be here to witness the awesomeness that is the PMPL full split.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, getting straight into the game, Sanhok to start things off. Big time over on the map. Always good to see. I saw some people at home are enjoying the show. Some guy said that he was loving the coverage and then proceeded to compare you to Harry Potter and me to a Muppet, which obviously I didn't know whether to say that as a backhanded compliment or not. But, you know, I'll go for it. You know, the hair's crazy. It's fine. I get it. But yeah, straight over towards Sanhok now. Very much.
Kale?
It was not Kale. It was some other guy. So the thing was is that, you know, Kale might be right about the haircut after all.
Oh well, maybe we'll have to wait and wait for the jury to come back on that one. But we're going on that south side for the first part of Sanhok. Not really going to isolate too many people here, Blank.
No, not as of yet. I mean, we're looking at most teams being able to get towards position. I do think that, you know, the southwest side will be fairly lit up in terms of teams and squads actually heading down here. We've had pretty much a very tight squeeze on this side of the map in the first place. You know, Titan hot drop over towards KASIK on Painan. You've got Alpha dropping down towards Dockside. MUERTE trying to almost split out a little bit more down towards this side of the map too, towards Cave itself. So it is really quite horrendous on the southwest edge at the moment. I think a lot more teams could be taking a bit more presence up towards that northeast side. Obviously with this playing path, it does sort of cause a few issues in terms of where you can go. I think it's the first time we've seen in a long time where it's a case of you can't actually get exactly where you want to go on Sanhok. You know, Mong Nai, Cow, a little bit further out the way. Luckily, Nexus aren't in this first map, so Cow is not an area they'll have to take up, and because of that, they will be happy. Hopefully the next Sanhok, when they are playing, it won't be as egregious in terms of the playing path.
We saw a North Bridge area finish in the previous Sanhok that we had over towards Hatin in the end, but looks like we're going to be going back up there, see if we can revisit the northern coast. As ever, Painan under contest between Titan and KASIK team. Neither of them losing a player just yet. The 3 for Titan just backing off a little bit from the KASIK position. KASIK have taken a lot of control here. PERMITTA have got that oversight outpost. You can see Rogo on this hillside. So potential for a little bit of a cheeky third-party engagement with the AKM, the UMP. He certainly has the range. Will spot at least one of the KASIK players, and they are completely unaware. Lining up the shots, waiting for that engagement, waiting for him to duck back in. Skillses hits the deck and will go down. Really nice third party, but it's immediately answered. A beautiful volley back from Painan. KASIK team will slow his roll, but PERMITTA can move up to get this res, and in the meantime, Titan can start to move over these hillsides too.
Yeah, I think the repeak on Rogo may be a little bit overzealous there. You know, it's slightly overconfident in terms of, you know, you find the initial pick, and let's bear in mind that initial pick took a little bit of a while to actually pick up in the first place. So for Rogo, I do think at that point, you know, you just retreat backwards. You get the initial pick off. You know you found a knock. The teams are going to be floundering a little bit at that point, trying to get in to capitalize off the back of that one. That is a nasty little nade. I don't think the one that Havlik expected to be coming through directly at his feet. I'm surprised Trough couldn't take a single lick of damage from that either. But yeah, so I think that for the guys on PERMITTA, that's just the case. You find the initial pick and then you regroup and you try and take control of Painan afterwards. Titans, though, were really quick on the money. Straight over towards KASIK's side of things. Even finding English now. Obviously have lost one player, which is not ideal, but it looks like Painan will be controlled by Titans eventually.
Shockwave, Major Pride, SBG conflict on the north side is popping off in the meantime, but KASIK are getting taken down and taken low. Havlik lost, but they can regroup as 3. PERMITTA maybe with some oversight. Over to the Shockwave engagement. It looks like Major Pride have found their feet here and have looked to stand up against Shockwave. SBG just across the way lost a lot for trying to move into this engagement. None of Major Pride go down, and the majority of Shockwave have fallen. Scar's the last to stand, and the duo from SBG, after they were backed off this compound, are going to try and remount an offensive, but it's going to be a two-way volley back towards Narvalo. It's going to put him to shame.
I mean, even Major Pride just immediately capitalizing off that initial knock. They don't want to let any of these limbs go to waste here. Inals has to just leave out of this situation. I think that you look at that fight for Major Pride, very well executed. You know, stage 1 barely into the game, 7 eliminations. That is an unbelievable result coming through from Major Pride. Just confidently winning a fight versus 2 teams. Now looking to head downwards. That's Inals almost certainly gone, with Nomi just nailing him with the DBS there. 8 eliminations at the beginning of the match. 2 squads down. That is fantastic news for Major Pride. Much needed points for where they are in the tables.
A very good sight to see. Said big 2, Max, looking like maybe we have a big 2.5 now as they are back on the cards. They moved up from boot camp really quite early, almost immediately after having dropped there to contend this compound. They saw the circle. Excellent priority on position, and they made that rotation. I didn't catch if they did much scouting, which was one of the criticisms that they had over on the desk, but either way, it's worked out for them this time.
Yeah, I think with that kind of push, that you just go for it, right? A lot of times with bootcamp initial start, there is a wealth of loot there. If you're an experienced team, you can get fairly kitted up over in boot camp almost immediately, because you can take all 4 corners, right, as a team. No one else is contesting them there, so they have full loot, M4s, everything on the board available to them. You know, they were using QBCs, they had DBSs, they were 100% ready to go. Even the mollies and the utility was there for Major Pride as well. So winning that fight out becomes infinitely easier versus teams that have had to drop a long way up towards that northeast side. So it's a good call from Major Pride. I think, again, it just takes a bit of gusto, a bit of oomph coming from their side of the team to actually make that happen, which is something we've been lacking a little bit from Major Pride this tournament, because we know they are extremely strong players. Black White has always been a fantastic little addition to the team as well. But at the moment, you know, Effect starting to pop off a little bit more. This guy was the dude that everyone looked at back in the day as one of the best players in the lobby. I think that title's been fairly comfortably taken by Tulika at the moment, though.
Could be maybe a contender in the next phases, but we'll have to wait and see. I was looking over at the Titan roster that we saw take control of Painan. They brought in slowly today, Blank, a new addition. I didn't quite catch who they'd subbed him out for, but hasn't played for the Titan roster just yet. So I'll have to wait and see what he's able to do for them moving north from boot camp right now. Titan playing as 3, and they are playing Icy and slowly right now.
It's a good point, actually, from Max backstage doing some analysis for us. Is saying that, you know, because Shockwave usually go for that split and they do up towards that northwest side, it's fairly it's a fairly egregious split a lot of times. It works at the start of the game, especially when you get a fairly normal playing path, but this time around it actually does not go for them very well. This is a typical position that they will end up as well down towards that southwest side. So very, very interesting stuff. I mean, Major Pride have played with Shockwave before, so immediately capitalize on that. I think SPG was kind of just the icing on the cake for them. In terms of limbs, it was a bit of a difficult cake to get through because it was fairly hectic over in that region, but they do end up getting 8 eliminations off that. But yeah, like you were saying, Old Boy not in the roster this time around. Titans only fielding a couple of guys for the team. Havlik getting knocked out early, obviously unideal, but playing as 3 that will play together, hopefully, might lead to some better results here for Titan.
Not that they haven't had good results overall. I mean, their table standings right now looking pretty healthy, in contention for that 3rd place position. Very close. They've got Alpha Team a little bit further behind them, but MUERTE sort of neck and neck there. Gladiators within striking distance as well. So these adjustments may be looking to send them all the way to the moon. But we'll have to wait and see as they move up north. Alpha trying to take some shots over towards Major Pride, push them up further north and onto the roadside compounds. No one taking control of the Paddyfield Hills on the northern side of that Major Pride compound just yet. You don't imagine that too many teams have that opportunity. I think Gladiators probably in prime position. Potentially even VULGAR boys could contest on this northern spot, but I don't think anyone else is looking to send.
Yeah, it's a difficult spot to play in, honestly. Down towards Paddy Fields, you know, you have that low ground that you're playing on. You're desperately trying to slowly but surely take more control over the hillside that is on that eastern edge, looking over towards Tapmok. Even then, like, you're worrying about teams rotating up through Hatin, especially with the circle just cutting in just a little bit over towards that northwest island. Does give availability some of those rotates coming through. The moment Dagestan's still on that northeast side, they've not actually lost any players as of yet, but they will be coming in very late to this circle. I think KONINA Power also similarly another team that's fairly happy with the way that this game has gone. Playing in Paris Resort, that will give them a decent amount of time to just hold, get some scouting done, have some elevation to play with too, and I think that's the main thing.
MUERTE scooching in from that south side. No one really that close by. I wonder if they're aware of that. Most likely not. That southwest corner is getting a little bit more chock-a-block as TUNA try and cross around this trifecta compound. PERMITTA, they've been playing spoiler around this area for ages, but Mixer needs to hit that spray. You need to hit those shots, otherwise you are going to get taken down, and TUNA will waste no time in doing so. Sneaks tries to get an answer, and there will be a knock onto Noshi, but Folly on the hillside getting suppressed by Abito, the UMP. Doing work at that range. Noshi does get fully flushed. Sneaks backed off the cliff by a nade.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a spray you have to hit as Mixer. That should have been an easy 1-2, realistically. They're completely out in the open. TUNA just turns on it, instantly goes for the flush there. Abito has been fairly consistent for this team. They do lose one player because of it, but I think, honestly, without scouting that out too thoroughly, TUNA's fairly lucky to get away from this engagement with 3 players overall. I think there's mistakes on both parts on this side, but they should be able to clean up the remaining members of PERMITTA Esports. Sneaks underneath. Not likely he's going to go too much further. TUNA's most likely just going to hold them out the entire time as head of this coast now. So he's going to have a very rough time of it. Most likely the best bet for him is just to swim to the northwest island.
try and survive as long as possible. Circle shifts up, keeps Paradise Resort in the compound that Major Pride hold. Now Premier on that western side. The sight lines over towards Alpha should be fairly solid. The northern flank, potential vulnerability, but it shouldn't be too much of a worry if they can regroup and play it. Looks like Dino is going to regroup as four with Major Pride on that junction of roads just to the northwest of Paradise Resort. TUNA still trying to fight their way through on the southwest side.
Yeah, they had the Nameless behind them too, which is obviously not ideal for them. So a few teams are trying to hold them out of this position. Yeah, I think Major Pride makes the right choice here. I did actually like the split they were holding. A lot of teams fall into this same trap, is that western compound actually is on the low ground. If you get a central circle over towards that position, then you practically just win the game off the back of that compound. But they did split two players up towards the crossroads on the north side as well, just in case of this eventuality that we would get a hard eastern shift. So I really do like this play from Major Pride. The instant regroup as well looks good. And even Nomi now looking to scout towards the northeast. Do have some slight reservations about Nomi playing here, because we have seen in the past that when he does split away from the team, sometimes he gets knocked and then instantly flushed, which is never ideal.
Gladiators not covering their flank on the northern side, take a knock from Dagestan. Not going to be able to get that one back up. The Nameless still harrying this progression. Purple with a nade being cooked. Beast, I think, yeah, they both spotted each other around the side of the tree. There's a lot of damage. The DBS should be able to be good, but no. Able to answer. Stay alive for now, but Purple was almost immediately taken away. Turned around. Zero continues to move through. The last now to stand for TUNA. Everybody's bleeding here in this fight. PERMITTA have gone low, and actually No Mercy Warriors have decided to cross over and play in front of this progression as well. So nobody is likely getting out of this.
That's actually a good move from No Mercy Warriors. I mean, they spot all the engagement, they spot all the smoke, so like, getting over that northwest bridge is going to be hell for us, so why don't we just hold out these teams, try and play slow up the coastal edge on boot camp. It's actually a good rotation. Madagod finds Purple, will just take him down. I believe that is TUNA now out of the game, so already down to 13 teams. Do slightly feel bad for Gladiators here, because I think they take a fairly decent compound looking out towards Tapmok, and Dagestan makes that wide swing from the northeast edge, because they were in the blue a long time, by the way. So you can see Meku just had absolutely no idea that they'd be playing towards this warehouse. So it's a nice surprise attack coming through from Dagestan, let's say.
Yeah, Gladiators busted down to 3. Tixi, Kitsune and Matic to 3. I mean, we've seen what the Gladiators can do on 3 players, so certainly not out of the running just yet. They are spotted out by Nomi, though, and they are obviously being pressured in from the north side, but Zadira has taken a knock in the meantime, and the Gladiators might have found a little bit of breathing room to operate with.
Yeah, it's not easy getting through Tapmok, especially from that position, right? You look over towards where Gladiators are playing. It's a great holdout spot towards Tapmok itself. You can see that leaving this compound is very difficult for Dagestan. They did have some open sight lines towards Gladiators at the beginning, but I think, again, that just comes off the back of them not expecting a team to be playing Tapmok this late in the game. I think this is just one of the only opportunities that Dagestan could potentially go for here. But again, now they're just getting cut to pieces. Gladiators similarly have a fairly difficult rotation with Major Pride now peppering them and VULGAR boys towards their east. It's going to be really difficult for Gladiators to get into the circle itself.
It is going to be one treacherous run out. Over in Paradise Resort, you've got KONINA Power and Dark Project ahead of them. The south side is looking a little bit more sparsely populated. There's that walled compound to the southwest of Paradise Resort. Potential for MUERTE to move up and play around that position. They could play in those hills to the south as well. No Mercy Warriors have actually come into conflict with Titan as they try and guard out the Nameless, who have been able to keep themselves together in a fashion that I don't think we would have expected given their position, their engagement earlier with TUNA and now with No Mercy Warriors. But for some reason, they managed to find 3 players alive and ready to move into this next circle, but I think they've taken a knock, and in phase 4, it's going to be very, very difficult to make it work. You have to get your teammate into the zone in order to get that res.
Yeah, it's probably not impossible at this point. I think for the Nameless, they're done-zoed. No Mercy Warriors will have to leave Watch Me behind. Appreciate the rotate coming through from Titan as well. I think they hear a lot of the engagement, and with the amount of shots that were being taken, I think Titans could have comfortably assumed that there were at least 2 teams in that location. So clearing out them early on would have been really beneficial just in terms of actually giving themselves some space to work around. The Nameless head up towards this compound around the rocks on the south side of the circle. I think MUERTE 100% know this is most likely a landing post for a lot of teams, and we'll just hold them out on the eastern side of it.
Oh, Major Pride have taken a pretty hefty hit there on the northwest side, losing another to a knock. Not flush just yet, but it's not going to be the easiest to extract that one. Nomi's going to try, though. Alpha wants to try and encircle this, as the Dark Project just force this engagement to conclude. Major Pride will take another knock. Effect is felled by Dark Project from that eastern side. The shots just continue to ring out. Dino bleeds away, and Nomi's out in the blue. A really tough spot, and Major Pride cannot extricate themselves from the compound that they put themselves in earlier.
Yeah, I think for Major Pride, it's just a case of the secondary rotation isn't exactly there. They try to take a lot of space, and I think the fact that they took knocks from Dagestan as well is a bit of a shame, honestly, because this is a team that moved off towards that western side. They were really hurting too, so I feel like there wasn't really any reasoning behind that. Even stealing away the vehicle there is pretty mean, I'm not going to lie. But yeah, Alpha continues to harass them. We've got a couple of predictions coming through. Both you and Max think MUERTE is going to be taking it all home. I'm going to go for KONINA Power. I think this is realistically where KONINA Power wins from the majority of the time here on Sanhok. They are they're kind of a dark horse Sanhok team, in my opinion. But Alpha team for Kalaris, and I think this is definitely one of the more interesting predictions to talk about, because heading down towards this northwest side actually is a really good position to hold out teams coming out from Paris Resort, coming out from that compound towards the south side, which is on the low ground. So overall, I think it's a definitely interesting pick, and one that a lot of people might not have gone for, but has a lot of potential in this game.
You can see those hills that they're moving through right now, get them quite a lot of cover from the positions they're worried about. KONINA Power holding out VULGAR on the northwest point. VULGAR boys earlier having taken down the Gladiators in a little bit of a scrap, but they were left on 2 players, and with Foopsman on the knee, we'll need to get that res to try and push further in the blue zone, crunching them through as well. And KONINA Power are going to look to just remove that thorn from the side. 7 teams remain. Alpha have managed to get Zashipa and Tenchik all the way into the middle now. And they are looking to try and operate on that ridgeline, on those rocks. Titan, potentially a little bit of contest for them from that compound that they've moved up into.
Yeah, it's actually really not a great compound to play around. With the sightlines that look down towards Titan, you know, it's quite difficult to leave this position as well. Alpha already sent Tenchik towards that spot, looking down in towards there. There are 3 players from Titans to maybe work around, but it's Nomi from the backside that just take down Reflect. You hope that Mandarin can clean up that final player from Major Pride, get Reflect back up on his feet, considering he is one of the linchpins on Alpha team's side. You know, he is one of the players that, you know, you really want in your final zone. He does open up a lot of the picks, but Nomi actually finding Mandarin as well is horrible news for Alpha.
2 of their players just got stabbed in the back there. Major Pride, the Lone Ranger, able to find a little bit more, a last hurrah before he's felled in the blue zone. 10 eliminations, or 10 points on the game for Major Pride. A better result than maybe we would have expected after they'd lost so many players earlier on, but still, we saw that 2-team wipe early. They did really well to add those points to their tally. Not going to be allowed the chicken dinner this time around as we head back over to the teams that have remained alive. KONINA Power and Dark Project, the 2 full force teams, both playing on the northern side right now, as MUERTE, Titan and Alpha will clamour for the rest of it on the south.
I mean, realistically, the spots that Tenchik and Zashipa had taken were absolutely mentally good, right? They were very strong spots. And I think that is just a case of, you know, Nomi being a really strong player there on the side of Major Pride. 8 eliminations at the start of the game. They end with 10, so they accrued 2 points within about 20 minutes, as opposed to that first initial engagement. But yeah, 10 points still strong, still does the trick, right? Zashipa now down as a Gory, takes a couple of shots from this position. Dark Project do have a good chance in this game, and I like the spot that they went for the 2-2 split up towards that northwest side as well, looking down towards Titans, preventing that run out. But they might need to start focusing a little bit more over towards KONINA Power at this point in time. I think this is the big name in the lobby right now, and probably Dark Project's biggest threat.
Oh dear, MUERTE being crunched in now. The sightline's just so strong on this run out for Becker. Look at the amount of control he has over the surrounding terrain. DeMuerte going to really struggle. You just need to keep your heads down and try and wait for the circle to move away from KONINA Power. But right now, it's just not going that way. Unfortunately, it's just shrunk time and time again and kept Paradise Resort in. Titan, Dark Project, well, everybody's going to have to move except for KONINA Power, unless they want to take a more forwards position.
Yeah, I think even if this did head down towards that south side, there is a very good route out for KONINA Power to get into the circle. Corker is the slight issue here for KONINA Power, but a great little start for Aces over towards Hayes for KONINA Power. Palucci will have to strike backwards, but nasty backstab coming through from Corker finds Palucci as well as Hayes. Really bad news for KONINA Power now, and this looks to be probably a Dark Project win off the back of that.
Potentially just going to overwhelm in terms of those numbers. Titan are still trucking along. They've still got slowly Robs going on through, and a third as well. They've still got Icy to boot, so they've got a little bit of power, but again, the circle is just going to take them away from this cover. Dark Project are going to have to make this run. Becker had so much control before, but now he's having to move himself a little bit. Shuffle on in, shimmy his way towards safety. Get as close as you can, slowly. Able to light up Tenchik, and that will handle Alpha. They're taken down.
Corker now. You know, actually, this looks to be maybe a game that Titan could take. I mean, Dark Project's not had too much luck before, and with the high ground they've been able to position themselves in, Dark Project's most likely going to be running straight through into the firing line of Titan. Rob starts to crawl up first. Corker's done excellently well to get this far into the game, really scuppering the chances of KONINA Power as well in the process.
Excellent knock from Robs. Finds Becker. Not going to be able to do anything from there. They spot the rock slowly. Takes a little bit of flak. KONINA Power now just with Agori. Corker has this rock slide in front of him to use as cover. A nade launched over to the back. That could find slowly if he's not quick on the uptake there. And a lovely side swipe coming through from Agori to find 1 and 2 for Dark Project. It could go any way now, Blank. There's 2 players active for Titan. Agori's moved out. The smoke is there and Corker has cover. Slowly gets lit up and Forst is trying to make his way in. It's now 2 players active for Titan, but one of them's already knocked. And now Agori's moving through. Corker has plenty of health and he can start to enact. It's a 1 versus 1 versus 1. 3 ways on the fight. Titan, KONINA Power, and DeMuerte. A nade from Agori takes out Titan, and now it's a 1v1.
The nades he's still got left in pocket are really big. Now, Corker stayed in the same spot the entire game. Agori, if he hits 1 decent nade, that's all it'll take, and it looks to be in the right direction. He's right behind him, and Agori, as a solo in the end game, takes down Dark Project, claps back against Titan, and gives Corker the second backhand too. Good stuff for them. I mean, that is just clean play from Agori. KONINA Power should have won that game. The rest of his team let him down, but Agori still carries them on his back.
Nothing but net in those final seconds. Blank, KONINA Power playing from Paradise Resort, you were right. That backstab from Corker, it was a game of backstabs there, starting off with Nomi from Major Pride, slowing Alpha's roll, and everybody was just getting cut down and cut down. Agori with the backstab, Corker with the back, everybody. Nobody was safe. A beautiful finish for Agori. A little bit more chaotic than maybe they would have expected, but it was KONINA Powers from Paradise Resort to reign supreme on the first Sanhok.
Rumble in the jungle, and KONINA Power makes it happen after their lovely vacation over in Paradise Resort. What a finish here to start things off on Sanhok. 1v1v1v1 everywhere, Max. Woo.
Yeah, as John said, it was a game of backstabs happening every single time. And Corker in particular, I got really hyped up. I was like, oh, is he bringing it back? He got 2 eliminations on top of KONINA Power, and then they lose the off angles. They can only play the terrace, but it wasn't quite meant to be for DeMuerte. But what good nades from KONINA Power, and what a good prediction from Kalaris.
No, shut up. Go away. Alpha, don't even get me started on that. Nomi just ruined them in the backlines. But anyway, KONINA Power, 25 points in their name here from Paradise Resort. Great stuff, playing those rooftops nicely, playing those angles nicely from Paradise. 15 elims going their way. That's a big Sanhok game here. Titan, though, also 14 points. What felt like a salvaged game for them to start things off here, Max, after losing Havlik early. Their transitions are good. Slowly was able to do something here for them as well. Now the old boys sat out for this game. Titan looks great too.
Yeah, we're going to have a graphic to talk about Titan, so I'm going to talk specifically about their rotations because there's actually a lot of stuff that I really, really enjoyed this game from Titan Gaming. MUERTE South, no, nice clearance of a lot of their positions, making sure that the Nameless are not an issue. I did expect them to gatekeep Titan in the compound to avoid them from crossing the road, but they didn't quite go to that extent. Though, we did see on the first page, Major Pride getting double-digit points, and this is the game where MADBULLS is not playing because they never play the first game of the day, so it's really a good time for Major Pride to get those double-digit points to try and make sure that, again, the PMGC rankings doesn't just run in favor of MADBULLS.
Definitely, especially considering about 8 of those elims were in the first 3 minutes, which is kind of unheard of in the location where it all went down and happened. I was very surprised by this, but Major Pride, when they're able to hold out, they are in spades. It's KONINA Power, though, looking strong from their position. In a circle like this, in a game like this, you should be converting big. I mean, as you can see, the damage received here for some of these guys, extremely, extremely low, because they have such a vantage point to play from Max.
Yeah, Gorosh only took 21 damage, just like a single bullet, and he just like nading everyone at the very end. 5 eliminations for him, 6-4 Becca. And really, we keep saying it right, Kalaris, holding on to that utility into the very late game can be pivotal to confirm those wins, even when you do not technically have the advantage. And it worked perfectly in favor of Gorosh this time around. And we know the entirety of the terrain around Paradise Resort absolutely sucks. It's horrible to play, it's hard to transition through, and they didn't have to do that transition, so they could just like blast at all the teams around them as they were trying to get closer to Paradise. So it was a good game from KONINA Power, a very chill game, but they made sure that in the late game there was no big fumbles except losing those 2 players to Korka, and they just wanted to keep the pressure on.
I mean, teams moving through the wreckage of all this as well. MUERTE was one that had a lot of room to work with, then unfortunately kind of bled off a little bit, and the fact that Korka was living till the late game when he did, allowing those other teams to kind of play with his destiny a little bit, the fact that, you know, everybody kind of ruined each other on the opposite side of the circle. Korka plays a slow game, and wisely so. Always, if you're a solo like this, don't go and try and make the flashy plays. Try and find yourself a spot like this and play out, because you could get a second place, or even could have even got a first if he'd have had some utility himself.
It was down to a 1v1v1, right? It was anyone's game, but Agorosh's nades were just way too on point down to his final nade. But yeah, waiting things out behind those 2 players of KONINA Power, while one player's knocked and you know the other's going to try and go for the res, that's when they're at their weakest. But one team that was definitely looking really strong this match is going to be Titan. And as you already stated, right, Havlik dying really early to KASIK team in Painan. Slowly though, new player, no replacing this time, the benched old boy. Good to see a little bit of a change of player to see how he's going to be performing today. But to touch more specifically why I enjoyed so much about Titan is once they did leave Painan, they went for that hilltop northeast of boot camp, and they heard all of those shots, all of the fighting that was happening in Trifecta, and they knew that naturally the teams from Trifecta are going to rotate along that pathway towards those hilltops, and Titan can abuse that position against those teams. So they just waited things out. The teams were funneled in their position, and then you can see that Robs and Icy just had a field day, picking up 8 eliminations for the 2 of them.
Yeah, let's take a look back at some of the moments from this game. The thing that impressed me most about Titan was north of the bootcamp warehouses, they act as almost a funnel for the teams that were trying to push up against them. I'm thinking No Mercy Warriors here that were trying to move up against their position, and when they were trying to get in, they didn't allow them any space on the actual land itself, so they had to jump down onto the bank or maybe even swim, and they were then taken out. So they eliminated threats behind them by barely even taking fights, just creating a wall and funneling those teams down kind of really disadvantageous paths. So I think that's awesome as well. The fact that, again, here in PUBG Mobile, it's not all about shooting, even though we're seeing a lot of shooting here, but it's also about those strategical plays, those roadblocks you can create against teams trying to move into the circle against you.
Yeah, that hilltop is like War Maria in Attack on Titan. It's just that good. It is going to be serving as that funnel point to eliminate a lot of the remnant teams that are going to survive the war of Trifecta. But at the end, the nades of Agorish right in the smokes. I mean, hello. I can appreciate a nade finish at the end from Agorish. And KONINA Power, back in spring, were known as like the strong Sanhok team, and it's good to see the resurgence a little bit on this game, getting the chicken dinner to kick off today. And I would like to see them hopefully continue, because we know KONINA Power has so much history behind their name, and here 15 elims, 2.2k damage. This is the good pop-off you need to kick off your day.
Yeah, I feel like if it wasn't for unicorns that love changing their roster every other 3 hours or something like that, we would look at KONINA Power as a team that, oh, they change roster quite often, you know, let's see how they're going to fare. But it's worked out for them here on Sanhok. One team we didn't mention too much, actually, was Dark Project that survived into the late game here. They had a pretty decent position circle-wise, but rotated all the way around from Camp Bravo to make this happen up in the north. And technically speaking, didn't put too much damage out on the board here, but could have done a little bit more with this. It's just that in that north side, trying to move south against the west side of Paradise Resort, it's quite open, so a bit unfortunate for them.
Yeah, I remember every time we see a game in Sanhok that ends around here, always looking at that compound, Kalaris, and then like, oh, that's really good compound. You should go there. And they actually sent it really early, just banked on that position and just waited for the teams north to have to cross the road over to the west side too. You had Major Pride, Alpha Team that had to make the cross so they could just bank on that spot, not really have to move too much. So yeah, Dark Project knew the value of that position and wanted to get access to it as soon as they possibly could. And already mentioned, right, this roster is looking really strong. There is potential for this team, so it's good to see them take that kind of an attempt on such a strong position. But then when you have to move away, when teams like Alpha Team already transitioned, KONINA Power holding the edges of Paradise Resort and also Titan are somewhat involved, moving into the circle when you're so predictable, leaving that compound becomes very rough for them. So maybe creating even more space over to the west or the east would have been a good opportunity for them to carve away in the circle.
Maybe, or having kind of a little bit more of a split, trying to use anchor positions. But anyway, it's by the by. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboards here so far. As we know, MADBULLS was not playing this game, so an attempted catch-up is on the way. But how much did that really provide people? Not a huge amount. Titan Gaming and MUERTE both got around similar points once again. So these two at loggerheads with one another in third and fourth, trying to battle for top spots here, Max.
The fact you would need 60 points to overtake MADBULLS now at this stage in 16, 17 matches played is insane. And they're going to play now every single game. And we know, Kalaris, that we are expecting MADBULLS to keep getting points game after game after game. So yeah, Gladiators took a little bit of an L north of Paradise. This could have been their one opportunity to close the gap with MADBULLS a bit, but it was just not meant to be. They did go out to, I think, VULGAR Boys and KONINA Power, but now MADBULLS, they're going to be on fire starting now.
Honestly, in a ridiculous scenario, I'd be surprised if MADBULLS doesn't get 2 wins on a day, right? Like, that's the reality we live in.
Yeah, at least podium finishes. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see how it goes today here with them still rocking it out up at the top here as we move on down a little bit and see what is going on, because for the most part, Dark Project, as we were mentioning, did get a few points on the board here in that 16th place. KONINA Power, though, a big jump up for them here in terms of the points with that 25 on the board, gets up to 9th place now with now 2 chicken dinners here to boot. They're still getting quite a few elims. I think they had 60 compared to what, about 37 placement points or something like that, or 30-ish. But again, if KONINA Power is able to just find their groove a little bit more with this, they can convert those eliminations eventually into more placement points and could easily breach that top side of the table.
Yeah, I mean, you could see how much pressure they're trying to exert onto the western side of Paradise Resort. So yeah, if Corker was not there, I feel like they could have got even more eliminations, maybe on Titan or the likes of Alpha Team. But looking at the map performances of our next battleground we're going to be heading into, MADBULLS, still really good stats. Gladiators, still really good stats. It's not even close, really, Kalaris. It's not even close when you compare it to the other top contenders. So it's... I mean, yeah, it's Gladiators, MADBULLS. What do you want? The
ridiculous thing is MADBULLS' average elims there is lower on Erangel than it is on other maps, because we worked it out to be about, 7 or 8, right? In terms
Almost
of
8,
elims.
yeah.
So, yeah, insane. But anyway, thank you very much, Max. It is time to go to the grassy pastures of Erangel as we have John and Blank ready to go, locked and loaded.
Absolutely ready and raring to go. Erangel once more. We've had the jungle. We're over on to the grassy pastures. That's right, locked and loaded. We are in for a treat, I'm sure. Are the MADBULLS going to be able to lead out with a strong start to their day? Kind of irrelevant, to be honest. That 60-point lead looks terrifying for everyone below them on the tables.
Yeah, irrelevant, ratioed, big L to all the other teams at this point in time. It's very difficult to catch up to MADBULLS. I think Kalaris was saying this at the start of the day, is that luckily, come phase 2, this leaderboard is going to be scrubbed clean and we'll be back to zeros across the board. The question is then, does MADBULLS just strike out once again towards that top side? Playing path, a little bit odd, actually. It's probably one of the most straight playing paths I've seen in quite some time, down from Stalber to Sosnovka. Very much possibility to get over towards that western western side fairly easy, but it is going to be more of a sweep towards the eastern side. You know, MUERTE power, MUERTE. Farm, not so much. Maybe some vehicles taken from there. You know, you might even see a few more teams actually playing Sosnovka this time around. Wouldn't be surprised to see Titans dropping up towards that northwest side, pick up some vehicles, maybe play Ferry Pier afterwards. I do think we should continue that conversation we're having about Old Boy being subbed out here for Titans themselves, just purely off the back of, you know, slowly being in. I think overall for the team, it's going to be more beneficial for them playing as a four-man squad going into the future.
And potentially could even, to put it bluntly, humble Old Boy a little bit, because sometimes, you know, you can get carried away thinking about where the best spot is, but you just need to be with your team and put your own egos aside sometimes. That is a bit of speculation on my part, but I feel like we could potentially see a little bit of development from Old Boy, from taking that back step and looking at what's best for the team. I don't believe Titans are playing here unless I haven't spotted them, but we'll have to wait and see what they're going to be able to bring to us next time around. A Western Circle is only going to exacerbate the problem of this Eastern Plane path blank. Teams are going to have to break out to that west. We're seeing Major Pride dropping around the MADBULLS, and around this Rozhok area, you've got Dagestan as well. No Mercy Warriors on the northern shore.
Yeah, I think for No Mercy Warriors towards that north side, not a huge amount of capability for them to get a massive amount of looting done here. This is more about vehicles, maybe go towards North George as well, play from that position, and go from there. So I think that particularly Gladiators taking up that spot that I said that Titans will be taking. They're not playing this game though, so obviously Gladiators will pick up those vehicles, play Ferry Pier, one of their secondary drop spots. Kitsune is very much out the way down towards that south side though. I think he does spot the shoots coming through from KONINA Power. Not worth it to take that fight. Just get back up towards the rest of the team, play onwards from there. But yeah, you can see because of this plane path, we do have a massive amount of teams on this eastern side. Practically everyone isn't even anywhere close towards the west side of the map so far. That project do take an initial knock over towards Aces, and iNows will toss another one over towards Ivanescas. So a great start here for SBG.
Unlikely to be able to get that back for Dark Project. Victor steps out, gets the first flush, and yeah, Dark Project just going to try and leave from Yasnaya. A resounding victory over in one of the major settlements for the northeast side of the map. And SBG will be happy with that one, to be able to claim that for the time being, get that looting on board, plenty of vehicles they'll have at their disposal as well, and unlikely that anyone steps in for a fight, given that the circle is all the way on that southwest side.
Yeah, honestly, best news available for SPG there in Yasnaya, because I think a lot of times you do see Dark Project like pressuring this western side of Yasnaya. So I appreciate that with that plane path, what SPG immediately do is just straight go over towards that western side, set up some off angles, and try and take down those players. Because when you have a western circle like this, SPG has struggled to move out because Dark Project just hangs around Yas Lake, heads towards Wizard Tower. SPG's constantly on the back foot because of it. With that happening though, 2 eliminations over towards them, Dark Project just sending away. This will give more opportunity for SPG just to actually send outwards. Yesterday, finishing the day with a chicken dinner too. They looked fairly strong on it. They looked good. They were able to hold their own in that end game. It's really very much ideal for them. And I think that, you know, slowly but surely, the team play is coming back online. We talked several times now about them losing their IGL in Akashi, moving that over towards Narvalo's side. And I think now it's starting to look a lot more like they're comfortable making these calls, and a lot of times they are the correct calls.
That's what you want to be seeing. I mean, correct calls, definitely better than incorrect calls. But as we've seen before, sometimes making a suboptimal call, let's put it that way, is better when it's done together, which hopefully most of these teams will have rectified by this point. MUERTE on the road from Lipovka, going to start to break out to that west. They've got Corker on that prison outpost, scouting out those rotation paths. Nice info gathering. Alpha a little bit further to their west. And that Rozhok glut hasn't really split apart too much, with MADBULLS staying in the settlement. Dagestan over towards the apartment, southeast towards school. Major Pride playing around that sunken area and a little bit further south as well, with Nomi on the south side.
MUERTE here don't really have to move too too quickly, honestly. And even if they wanted to, like, it wouldn't be so much of a big deal. There's a lot of rotational paths through this area of the map on the eastern side that can keep you fairly covered. A lot of ridge lines in this area, past Mansion. And I think even heading over towards that western edge, I think the only time where it's going to start to get a little bit scary, a little bit spooky, is over towards Potato Hill, maybe down towards that south side to the west of Farm, particularly up towards Rozhok area. I think running into, you know, Dagestan, MADBULLS, and Major Pride at the same time, horrible teams to face off against in that early game. You know, Dagestan, certainly one of those teams that's very good at gatekeeping. You know, recently they've been taking some more interesting rotations towards that late game to alleviate some of that gatekeeping that they do early, because they do remain over on the edge of the circle for quite some time.
Trying to get in on that east edge, not going to be super easy. Alpha have made that run though. They were playing on that area and they have gone south of Potato Hill here, actually south of Pachinki into the hills, trying to swing through towards that Gatka area, that line of trees that currently Gladiators are close by to try and maybe get a little bit of control there. No one taking up residence in Everest, which is potentially where the Nameless are looking to rotate on our screens. Across that bridge, there's a couple of compounds, a position obviously on top of Everest that could prove to be their landing point here.
I think one of the most interesting that's currently occurring right now as we head towards stage 2, the Blues coming in at this point in time, the fact that SBG just hasn't moved as of yet. And I think that as soon as you find those picks on the Dark Project, as talked about earlier, really alleviates a lot of that pressure towards that western side on that rotate. There is a lot of good compounds that you can take over towards this western side, but you also got to bear in mind that there's a huge amount of dead area as well on this map. You know, fielded area, positions where you're just in the open. So I think getting into that circle early on is quite important. A lot of teams have already identified this being an issue for them in the future. Alpha Team particularly, who made a very quick send over from MUERTE over towards the backside of Pachinki. So for SBG, the fact they haven't moved in despite actually starting the game off strong with a potential to do so, it's just a little bit unfortunate really. You don't get those chances all the time, and I think that when you are given those boons, you have to just completely realize the full capacity of what's just happened. You know, 2 players Dark Project down, they send south. Now we have an opening to head up towards Severny shooting range. We can then cut in, maybe take one of the compounds underneath Everest very quickly, and we're already should be looted up very nicely considering the playing path was so close to Yasnar in the first place. So I dislike that from SBG. I certainly think there could have been a different approach to the game here, and if they get caught out on the edge of the circle towards School, maybe towards Potato Hill, you know, we know the reasoning behind it now.
We'll watch out for any catches there. For SBG, they have started that maneuver, and we'll look out for their catch. VIRTUS.PRO, in the meantime, were able to take down a player from Alpha. Blank, they weren't playing in the first match of the day. They weren't in the Sanhok, but the desk was speaking about how VIRTUS.PRO's yesterday's play for VIRTUS.PRO was so much stronger than the rest of their tournament so far. Hopefully, they're looking to continue that train, and it looks good for the start. They're playing on the southeast side, just south of Pachinki, as the shift cuts them in with a little bit there, but it does go all the way to Gatka Field. Those compounds on the north, around that mountain area, that Everest area, will be nice and strong for the time being. And obviously those center Gatka areas will be a little bit of a stronghold for teams that have already taken up residence.
I mean, you could look at KASIK here just as like to further this point of dead area around the map. Like, if you look around them, so much space is just untaken purely because it's so difficult to play towards those fields. You certainly don't want to be playing in the fields in stage 2. So many teams are going to have to go for alternative drop spots at the moment. SBG currently still moving in past School alongside with Unicorns Love and MUERTE. Again, this just speaks volumes. The fact that MUERTE is ahead of SBG despite being in the Povka, the furthest east you can be on the map. It's a problem area for SBG in terms of, you know, feeling out those consequences. I do like them as a team. I actually am very fond of every single of the players on that side. I do think there just needs to be some of these quicker decisions coming through. Again, I think that maybe I'm asking for too much at this point in time because I should just be happy that they are making more decisions on these rotates overall. It used to be before they would just sit in one spot, kind of unsure what to do, twiddling their thumbs.
They are making a rotation around the south side of Rozhok Hill and trying to skirt apartments and School. Right now, uncontested, and those headshot hills that sit in front of them. Not really going to have too many people looking out that way. Unicorns of Love will be looking north. The backstop duo for MADBULLS as well could potentially have some sight lines as we hop on over to the front duo looking over that roadside ridge towards Unicorns. So SPG, they're going to have their work cut out for them skirting this engagement. The Unicorns of Love could potentially just force them into Pachinki if they don't want to take an engagement or go straight into the MADBULLS position.
MADBULLS 6.8 eliminations, 22 minutes, now on 23 minutes average survival time. They get very far into every single game, and it's no wonder why they currently sat on 90 placement points total in this tournament. You know, the 120-some eliminations they've got so far is impressive, but I mean, they're 30 points ahead of any other teams when it comes to placements. Like, getting into these end games for them, it seems to be very important in terms of a factor for their side. Frozen will have to hit the deck. There's an immediate rally coming back from Zerich, but MacVins as well as Max are already sending through towards him. He can hold his own though. I think you've got to be a little bit scared of Zerich.
Ooh, but he does go down. Max are able to light him up there on the hillside, and MADBULLS have lost their front stop. You're talking about how important placings are to them. Right now, it's not looking so good on the northeast side. They're going to have to leave as well, because look at that shift. Or again, down to that southwest side. The hills to the west side of Gatka Fields. Going to be really valuable cover. I like TUNA's position on that southwest edge.
Yeah, goodness me, I mean, MADBULLS there really do have a bit of a blunder versus Unicorns of Love, who essentially just send directly towards them. I think the staging of where they were playing as well wasn't exactly ideal for them, completely out in the open. Unicorns of Love see their opportunity, immediately take it, and now Tulika, Fleekate will send off. Two very, very good players in their own right. Honestly, I think that we have seen these two boys win a game by themselves, but that was from a fairly central position early on, stage 3, and right now they're directly on the edge. Again, looking down towards that southwest side, TUNA Esports, they certainly have a fairly decent spot to work with going forward. They have the ridge side towards the back of them as well. This should keep them covered for a long, long time. Again, a massive amount of players towards this eastern side because of this migration from the east for so many teams. You got VIRTUS.PRO, MUERTE, Dagestan, Alpha, Gladiators, all trying to find themselves some form of a position to play. SPG opts to rotate over Everest. This will isolate a lot of the sight lines their way, should keep them safe, but again, there are still more teams. I do like the idea of trying to head towards the western side on a clearer edge of the map.
Skirting around, trying to find that opening. NEXUS get into the southwest corner of those hills that sit on the south side of those Gatka Fields. The VIRTUS.PRO are close by. They'll scout this outdoor in very close to Elementrix. VIRTUS.PRO still sat in their compound. The walls that keep them safe for now. Doran will have heard the vehicle close. Elementrix's position should be known, and NEXUS are trying to leapfrog in front of VIRTUS.PRO. Not going to let it go without a fight, but a heads-up maneuver by NEXUS. They didn't want to go for that full engage, and in fact, they've probably taken priority on this rotation. A nice start. Tulika spotted by No Mercy Warriors. Only Fleekate left now for the MADBULLS, and potential for the top of the tables team to go down in 16th here if No Mercy Warriors don't let up their assault.
This is a bit of a wild play coming through from No Mercy Warriors. Fleekate does take down Watch Me. There has to be some form of retaliation. Ooh. The shots look good over towards Marlowe too, but will not actually fall towards him. I mean, that's just Fleekate to a T though. As a solo, this guy is absolutely monstrous. I think No Mercy Warriors took him for granted a bit there, thinking that would just be a very simple double elimination, but ends up losing 2 players in the process. So again, that is not what you want to see from them. Astic as well, getting shot down in the vehicle. Gorgeous play from MADBULLS.
Really nicely found there. And we'll bring No Mercy Warriors down to 2, so they exacted their toll, even if it wasn't super favorable. Shots from Unicorns, hang on a minute, SPG are trying to, well, actually, hang on a minute, Unicorns have tried to swing in behind SPG and go for a push on the same path that they were looking to take. Now, Valo with the challenge over the ridgeline, but it's actually going to be Rolkis to be able to get that shot down first. The knocks come through from the blue zone. A northwest shift on the circle, and this northwest side, the compounds here, really valuable. The Nameless looking to try and take control of this area. Major Pride slap bang in the center just across the way as both of these teams being taken down. Unicorns go out fully. SPG on 1 player standing.
Oh, Meku's flipped it. You flip it, you walk it. That's the way we see it. And I think for Meku, kind of scuppered the rotation here for them. Immediately, Gladiator is going to try and take this underside of the ridge. Actually, not a bad spot to play in. You can eliminate a lot of sightlines, and particularly with them almost certain this is going to move away from the ridge side itself. This is good news. They're going to have to drop a lot of smokes, though, to ensure that they can hold on to this spot for quite some time. Malloy going down should keep them fairly safe, but Major Pride is not happy about this rotate they made. Tixi had to go for something a bit dangerous, go pick up Meku after he flipped the bad boy.
Yeah, save the beetle. Get in the bite. Get over to the rest of the team. You're talking about how it's solid to hold here, but those smokes are really, really pivotal for the cover from that Major Pride angle, who are currently sat as turrets in the middle of these fields. Very difficult to move around without their know and without them knowing where you're looking to go. But as soon as you have to leave those positions, it's going to be really, really tricky. And the question is, who's going to try and crash there? Is anyone going to try and crash there? And how long can they hold this one out?
It's kind of a survival spot for Gladiators at the moment. It's a position you take, and you can pretty much isolate a lot of the engagements around the map, remain fairly safe for a long time. The big problem area is Major Pride's actual compound. A lot of times you'd want to take this position that Gladiators have grabbed, with the circle being a little further down towards the southwest side, purely because that position the Major Pride's currently holding is so deadly towards you.
TUNA taking a scrap with KONINA Power. KONINA Power looking pretty good right now, but Becca is felled by Zero. Noshi and Zero, the two players now standing, and it's just off Hayes. KONINA Power have been turned around on a little bit. Purple is crawling back, but the nades, we know how powerful they are from KONINA Power. Bursts low. Noshi gets the res onto Obito. I think Purple was able to crawl back as well to cover, so they should be looking for these reses. KONINA Power similarly trying to piece themselves back together as the nade looks to find the tree. Not going to be playing on that cover, so sends it a little bit further left. More nades bombarding out. Palucci goes down yet again off Hayes. Doesn't take too much damage, but he is going to be the last to stand, and Gladiators have mounted up to join the fray. You've got MUERTE also peeking their noses in from that north side. You can see the split from Furia playing away. Tixi taking a fight. Kitsune as well in a little bit of a scrap. I think that might be Dark Project trying to take a shot or two towards them, but MUERTE are fully closing in for the third party blank.
Yeah, MUERTE is a real problem right now for Gladiators. I think that they know that these two teams are locked in combat down towards the southeast side. It's one of the only protected positions, but it's horrible to try and take Wizard Tower versus a lot of these teams. Gladiators just need to turn tail and focus on the true threat that is the MUERTE themselves.
Nexus rolling on up to the Wizard Tower as well from the eastern side. It's a fifth party coming into play, and TUNA will be able to rip door in from the back of the buggy, and Octavian has to cower in their shadow as well. Somehow TUNA have been able to weather this in the middle of the sandwich. Will it last that much longer? Because MUERTE are nearly done with their Gladiator snack. And Octavian wants to bombard in through the windows as well. The low ground nade in, banks well, and looks for the knock. Meku trying to scout and maybe just extricate himself from the chaos in the meantime. Back to where the Gladiators sat at the start, and only got to play on with one.
Yeah, I mean, for Gladiators, their attempt was pretty intelligent, right? You want to go take out the position over towards this western side. You assume not a lot of teams are here either, but there was a massive swing for so many of these players over towards this ridge side. It's one of the only safe places to actually head up here. And a lot of times we actually see on this circle, at least in PMPL EU, this head down towards the southwest fully, and this ridge side becomes like the winning position on the map. And we talk about the position Major Pride's got and say, if it ever moves towards the northeast, it is so difficult to win the game versus Major Pride, which is why everyone has predicted them. This is such a ridiculously strong spot, especially if it heads up to the northeast even just a little bit more, which it most likely will, and cut out the ridge. Major Pride just wins.
It's going to be so difficult for teams to try and push through. VIRTUS.PRO, one of the few teams that might have a chance here, unless the Nameless take shots out their way, because they still have that roadside on the northwest side. It's going to be very difficult for teams to get in unscathed, though, because Alpha's going to see them, KASIK's going to see them, and everybody on that ridge, once this fight concludes, because it is still raging on this western point on the ridge side, Meku might actually have had the best idea out of a lot of them to just disengage fully from this.
Yeah, it was way, way hotter than I think Gladiators expected it to be. And I think that's the issue, is that they've really only had one approach to this engagement, which was to send towards the center side of these fights. MUERTE plays a very smart game, which is to rotate fully down that northern edge of the ridge, in which case, you know, you clear 100% of space behind you, and you can fully focus on what's happening in front of you. It's unfortunate for Gladiators because there really was only one option, and with there being basically 5 teams all sending towards that spot at the same time they crested, yeah, it just all went topsy-turvy for their side. NEXUS decides that they'll have a bit of that position as well. A likely spot for them to play. MUERTE, again, will need to consider getting rid of them, because if they have to move down, this is one of the first teams that are going to have to remove the first place. That will give them trouble.
Pahala under pressure from Furia, but he's backed off the ridgeline. KASIK has been a non-zero component of this fight so far. With the off angles that he holds, I think Alpha may be able to spot a couple of shots out this way as well. But the lone player from Dark Project has still had an impact here, certainly putting pressure and forcing this fight to go in directions that maybe a lot of these teams didn't really want to happen. NEXUS have weathered it with 3, so have MUERTE. They're so close by to one another, however, and it won't be the easiest of times leaving this ridge.
Oh my lord. Okay, well, the buggy did not like what just happened there. Again, they've used most of their smokes up there. I like the way they position as well. They're trying to create a wall that's a little bit further forward. They don't want to fully smoke off their position in the case that they can't exactly see what's going on up the hill and they can't push further backwards to get better angles onto them. So NEXUS certainly know what they're doing versus the team of MUERTE to hold them on this ridge side. It is requiring them to expend a ton of smokes in the process, though.
I'm imagining that VIRTUS.PRO are looking for this crash. So are the Nameless, though. They're going to have to figure out where to try and draw up. Are they going to try and put all of their eggs in one basket and just try and survive under the watchful gaze of Major Pride? Or are they going to try and spread out and play the snake game in these fields? I mean, we saw how devastating the snakes of Sanhok could be in the previous game. Those backstabs time and time again. The Nameless gonna send around to this ridgeline. They want to try and sweep this one out and play through here, a ladder up on those placements, and look for more of those eliminations as well on this western side near MUERTE.
Snowix finally goes down. Unlucky fella there for SPG. Does get a little bit far into the game, 4 eliminations as well, but 9th place not exactly ideal for them. The Nameless can play around this position. It's not bad. We'll cover them off for quite a bit, but Corker goes down to I Hate Most. What a nice nade over the top there to open things up. Furia and Milky Way will now have to deal with this one as the rest of Octavian, rest of NEXUS actually just send directly in. That is a nasty spot to be in. They're going to have to win their gunfights.
That's very, very tricky to make it work. In the meantime, VIRTUS.PRO have gone for their crash. The first knock went out that way, but NEXUS continue to suffer. MUERTE also really in a tricky spot, but Octavian, I mean, it just doesn't last that much longer for you. Trades going back and forth on the northeast side, and in fact, it is VIRTUS.PRO to go down as low as possible, but Major Pride get crashed off by KASIK in the meantime. Blank, Major Pride are down and out.
Yeah, I mean, that shouldn't happen. That realistically shouldn't happen, but that's great timing from KASIK. I have to admit, they were waiting to watch VIRTUS.PRO send in from that eastern side. It's very, very intelligent from them because as soon as that eastern approach comes in, a lot of the team has to funnel towards those eastern windows, right? You cannot hold from the western buildings, which means that KASIK can fully isolate a lot of their grenades into the buildings that Major Pride's holding in, and actually found themselves a lot of eliminations. MUERTE, though, down to 1 player now and just Furia remaining. The Nameless still going strong and actually have a potential to win this game as well at this point. With 4 players, the circle going to be pushing even further inwards. KASIK will have to leave, and from their spot they can continue to drop these smokes with the huge amount of death crates around this location. There will be a lot of loot still available.
A high ground plateau for them, playing well to keep them safe for the time being. But similarly to KASIK, they will have to leave it most likely. The question is, can they get rid of these threats that sit around them before they have to do so? You're talking about those death crates. They're going to have to be able to get to them as well. Get down those hillsides. A knock sent up towards them, and that is really going to slow their roll. Blank Madagod needing a res now. Zero wanting to step up. Fury, the last player from MUERTE, eluding the shots from the DPS time and time again, but it will finally find its mark. However, MUERTE have had a successful run this match. 12 points on the game, and it's a really good result. Going to be happy about that for the overall standings. Let's wait and see how that has the effect. Alpha, in the meantime, picked apart from across the field.
Yeah, for Alpha team, I think they went as far as they could go. The Nameless will need to take shots over towards KASIK, and I think that they had a small window of opportunity to get towards some of the death crates, but every single one of the vehicles has been blown out the water, and this is the best thing for KASIK team. They get to pick up a lot of the vehicles that have been hidden away inside this compound, and as we know, vehicles are hugely strong when it comes to a finish in the field. Just gives you that impromptu cover that you wouldn't necessarily have in this situation. Ruda gonna look for himself a nice podium finish here.
He sees English. He knows the vehicles move forwards as well. He's got to wait for a little bit more of an opportunity. The Nameless likely going to be able to strike down, and English goes down and flushed away as well. VIRTUS.PRO pick up another point, and third place denied to them. The fourth team to be placed here on the match. A nice run for VIRTUS.PRO. 6 points on the game, though. Not as miraculous as maybe they could have had should they have taken a little bit better of time of a push against Major Pride, but it really was KASIK that sealed the deal for them in that spot.
You got KASIK in the closet over here, just basically hiding as long as possible, trying to keep breathing to a minimum so they do not hear his position. Will now start to crawl in, but he'll have to stand up at some point, but Beast actually spots him out as soon as he stands up to try and get in towards the circle. Skills is in the back here, a Unicorn up front. Now, it will have to be a fairly difficult push now for the Nameless. Okay. And again, they've got no cover, so it can be a 2v4. It's on the cards, but you can't make moves like that if the Unicorn.
Beast out wide is a big factor for the Nameless. If KASIK can get rid of it, there is a chance, but Unicorn's already down, and Beast has full info on where Skills sits. Around this crate, he's going to launch that nade. If that's not good, the next one will be. And he's going to be able to land it right on his head. No chance there. The Nameless able to sweep out to the western side. Blank, a really heads-up rotation from them to move through, clear out that hill, move down, and a very timely push from KASIK opens the door for them to descend effectively.
I mean, it was a full cage match over towards that western side. I think anyone could have come out on top there. I think Nameless just kind of brought themselves to the party very late and then were able to grab the goodie bags and leave, which is great news for them. I think that, you know, the KASIK team could technically win that game at the end. If Unicorn hadn't have stepped up as much as he did there and got that singular knock, tried to just smoke and then reposition and play off the back of it. The thing is that for the Nameless, the time doesn't work for them. For KASIK, on the other hand, everything that makes that game go on longer makes the life so much harder for the Nameless. So I think KASIK kind of drops the ball there just a little bit. Again, 2v4, it's never easy.
And they lost their player on the top of the hill to Ruda out in the fields from the backstab from VIRTUS.PRO, that lone soldier. So they were put in that 2 versus 4 position when it could have been 3 and maybe a little bit more leeway. Either way, they weren't quite able to jump that final hurdle, and it is the Nameless to be able to take home a chicken dinner.
Not so anonymous in this game. The Nameless are able to make a great rotation from that north side on towards the west and find themselves victory from there. Joining me, Max, to talk about this game. It is a rough position for all of these teams to play with the field being where it is, with Major Pride's compound being one of the only points of control, but the high ground on the west proved to pay dividends here, Max.
Yeah, there was not a lot of options, and as you can see right now, we all went for the Major Pride because they had one of the only playable positions in the fields at the time. But and we were talking about it a bit during this game, right, Kalaris? That breach coming out from VIRTUS.PRO, there's not many options for them, but KASIK team, the instant they see VIRTUS.PRO sending into the compound, they don't even wait like too long. They take 5-10 seconds into the cars, in the buggies, send into the compound, eliminate all of Major Pride and almost the entirety of VIRTUS.PRO. KASIK team show once again that they have these great moments where they just put on full display what they can achieve in these matches. And look at that, second place with 14 points total with those 8 limbs. This is the type of games we want from this KASIK team roster.
Absolutely. So many times in previous seasons we've said when a position of power is there and a team has it, when a breach comes in, if you're a third party, you've got to hit it at exactly the same time. Otherwise, there's just going to be a trade, and you're not going to be able to do anything. You're not going to be able to push onto that position and have a shot at even winning the game. But so it was great to see them take the initiative at exactly the right time that they did. The Nameless, though, they could not have transitioned any other place from that north side other than towards the west, and they identified that very, very cleanly, which provides them the win. Looking through the 9th and 16th, though, here, unfortunate for KONINA Power after a great win. No points on the board for this one. MADBULLS, probably the worst game for them in the tournament so far, question mark?
I think so. I think it is like a 2.0. You don't see them get a 2.0 every single match, though. On the lower part of the rankings, we did see TUNA Esports. I feel bad for TUNA Esports this game. They were playing Harry Potter Tower, no Wizard Tower, they were chilling, and then there's just 4 teams around them at the same time. Nothing you can really do at that point, just like Triceratops buggies all over the place. Really cool skin, by the way. I do like it, but rough transition for the TUNA Esports, despite being in a pretty good spot at the time. But when Gladiators and MUERTE get involved, you know it's going to be messy, as the Nameless, from their strong position, I mean, that transition to the Ridge was one of the only positions playable at the time. They overwhelm SBG, take down NEXUS, take down MUERTE because of how strong their position was. And not only that, Beast popping off, old play from Big. Good to see him back on board.
Yeah, very, very nice. I mean, for, as you say, like the fact that NEXUS, all these teams had to try and transition up that ridge line or alongside the ridge line, really, as long as the Nameless is hunkered down and been able to set themselves up nicely, there's not a whole lot of options for all those other teams. You could, in theory, try and go into the middle of these fields and try and take some hay bales, but regardless of which side you sit of the hay bales, either the Nameless is going to be shooting at you or KASIK teams are going to be shooting at you. So you can't do that until one of them is eliminated yourself. So you have to also take the initiative in one of these scenarios. It's really, really tough.
Yeah, really tough for some of these teams. And actually, I think there was still an opportunity for KASIK team to maybe wrap up the game and get the chicken dinner. But one very important, like, minor point of this game was when Ruder got the backstab onto, I believe it was English on the roof. My idea was that because they still had 3 players, we were going to see the entirety of KASIK team send 2 of their players into the circle towards those crates, play the crates as like that anchor point in the circle, and leaving English as like a sacrificial lamb on the rooftop to just try and get those angles, try and get those shots onto the Nameless to try and slow down or if possible completely negate their rotation. But as Ruder waiting in the bush does get that backstab, they're down to 2 and you just don't have that pressure to exert onto the Nameless. So it's just one elimination, but I feel like it was a really impactful one that did put the fight in favor of the Nameless really significantly.
Yep, kind of important, kind of important. Let's take a look at some more numbers here as well, as we've got MUERTE showing on up once again in terms of the eliminations they were able to put on the board here. So not too loud a game from Malloy, but the other guys are able to put up quite the numbers here, Max.
Yeah, they were trying to actually third-party Gladiators pushing onto NEXUS/TUNA Esports in the Wizard Tower. So it's good that, once again, they are opening themselves to opportunities. When they see fights, they want to try and third-party. They want to be as present as can be. But that's still, you know, a decent amount of elims, double digits for this game with 10 total. And it's good to see everyone popping off. No, a little bit silent from the likes of Malloy, and that's fine. But yeah, Beast, old player from Big, you would know him from previous seasons, absolutely shredding it here on that high ground against SBG, NEXUS, MUERTE. I hope we can see more of Beast, because before this game, right, not just Beast, the entirety of the Nameless were in 20th position. So this is definitely the game they needed to start, hopefully, a comeback in the rankings.
Yeah, especially when you got someone like a veteran like Beast, right? We almost have emotional attachment to them when it comes to these games. So we don't really want to see them in 20th place. We want to see them do better here because they are such veterans of the region. But MADBULLS tried to salvage as much as possible. Tulika being an absolute pain alongside Flykey. And ultimately, No Mercy Warriors really kind of underestimated how that was going to play out for them. But they did eventually get rid of them.
This was such a mess of a game, though, when the team's trying to push with the cars. Unicorns of Love? No, dude. Doing something.
Doing something.
Doing something. I got to give them credit for that. They did actually get a few eliminations onto MADBULLS, so they did get some nice presence. But this is the point I was talking about. TUNA holding this position, and everyone was just sending it towards their spot. They were able, because of that, to get a few eliminations here and there. But when you have Gladiators behind you, MUERTE, NEXUS pushing up, KONINA Power pushing up, there's not much TUNA could really do. So I feel like things could have gone their way if there was like 1, maybe 2 teams, not 4.
No, indeed. And if you're ever wanting to breach compounds or wizard towers or anything like that, as we take a look at the numbers here, Boogie is technically one of the worst vehicles to do it in. It leaves kind of that second person very vulnerable. We saw Dorian obviously going down there while they were trying to push up against the wizard tower. It's a minor thing, right? Because people like Boogies a lot, not only because of the, you know, the dinosaur
It's a cool skin.
It's a cool skin. It's a really cool skin, yes. But actually, you're just able to belt around the map very nicely. Boogie's got a lot of traction in regards to kind of riding over hills and things like that. So it's good overall, just sometimes not great at crashing compounds. But let's take a look at the overalls as well here, as we have now finished up 2 of our 5 games throughout the day. MADBULLS, nothing on the board really for that. But the catch-up doesn't really exist either. Gladiators found themselves in a bit of a rough position alongside that hillside on the west. So they were able to put up too many numbers, Max.
And it really sucks for Major Pride because we all predicted them for a reason. They had the best position.
Oh, yeah.
This was their one shot at just claiming a better position in the PMGC rankings against MADBULLS, against Gladiators. But yeah, that third party happening from KASIK team was absolutely on point, so not much Major Pride could do in that situation. I still want to see a Major Pride win. The fact that we have not, over the course of 17, 18 matches, seen a Major Pride win is still very upsetting to me. So there's still a chance as we do go on the second page, and KASIK team still climbing up.
Especially since there's so much opportunity. If you do eliminate the teams on your northeast side, right, then you can take the roofs as Major Pride, and then you could potentially put on some fire pressure against the Nameless over on that west side. But anyway, Monster, a huge thank you for them to joining us here for the PMPL EU Fall, as we are done for Erangel. We're going to be moving on to the Dusty Dunes. It will be Miramar on the way. So let's head over to John and Blank for all the action.
The only Miramar of today. We are only treated to 1 trip out to the desert blank, so we've only needed to pack SPF 40, not needed to go up to that big 100 that we usually have to, because, I mean, you can see us, right? We're definitely in need of that, but only the 1 trip today.
Yeah, I just stay inside. I'm like a vampire, honestly. You know, not even like that. I'm a lesser vampire. I just can't even deal with the sun a little bit. I'm the worst. So, you know, Miramar, scary place for me. Scary place for a lot of these teams too, especially if you're not MADBULLS, who seem to have a real good view on this map, right? They know exactly what they're doing, how they want to play it out. We even saw, like, you know, the fact that even when they don't get themselves that position down towards Paraíso, they still make some very heads-up rotations to get into the map itself. Very central playing path. I don't think this is going to affect anyone in the long run, honestly. This, more than anything, is just going to make a very fair game.
Straight down the center, split the middle. You said you hadn't seen a straighter playing path from the previous one.
I lied.
I think, well, yeah, maybe not at the time, but I think now you can clearly say it is very much a bang straight north to south here.
It's a tiny bit wonky.
So it's got about, what, a 100-meter lean over the course of 8 kilometers. That's a pretty straight line.
It's got minimal wonk to it.
It's within the era of maps on a globe, right? Like, you have True North map. Oh, okay, well, we could get into technicalities of True North, but we'll leave that one for now and say it is pretty straight. It's pretty straight, right down the middle. Looks like the Nameless are going to join Gladiators over towards La Cobreria on the northwest side. After their chicken dinner in the previous match, they're feeling a little bit confident to look for the split that the Gladiators like to go for early on this drop.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting play coming through from the Nameless. I think it's 100% acceptable to try and take La Cobreria when Gladiators aren't there, but you know, taking it right now with Gladiators in the mix, it's a bit of a curveball, honestly, sent through to the map itself. We do get another southeast circle, once again, down towards this side. So MADBULLS happy with this one in Paraíso. NEXUS, again, we talked about it yesterday, not so happy about this. They do get fairly crunched in towards Impala early on. I don't think Alpha Team's playing, so that does mean that we have a little bit extra room to play it around Minas Generales overall, which is going to be very helpful to a lot of teams having to rotate in. And Titan's still fielding slowly. No more Old Boy. Now, I'm interested to see how this plays out, particularly because this is one of the maps where they did struggle the most, having Old Boy on side, where he would try and take these off angles. Again, I think anyone at home, like, I don't think anyone here on the broadcast is saying that Old Boy is a bad player. It just feels like he didn't really fit in with the mix of the players that are on side with this team, right? You know, Icy, Havlik, Robs. Icy may be used to playing with Old Boy before, but seems to be very much succeeding playing alongside with Havlik. And I think Robs always has been another player alongside with Havlik that is very team orientated. You know, back on Excuse Me, that's where, you know, Havlik would win most of his games, would be alongside with Black White Furia, playing together, really supporting one another, playing off the backs of one another. Same thing with Robs. You know, he would be that entry man for the team, and then afterwards they would clean up. But you know, if you've got an entry man and no one's going to enter afterwards, there's no real point.
I'll tell you what, there is a point to, though. It's heading over to the social media channels you can see on your screen right now. It's been approved by Maxman, that message. There you go. That's nice to see. Make sure you head over to Esports PUBGM EU on everything, and then take a look at all of the proceedings. You know, if you miss a game or two, don't worry, we got you covered. You can catch all of the updates there, so make sure you check that one out.
Yeah, Max also makes horribly funny memes. Horribly in the sense that they use some of the greatest memes, but I'm also disappointed in the way that he does create them, because...
Or are you just disappointed that you enjoy them?
I'm disappointed I enjoy them. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, they're, you know, they're pretty good. They're pretty top-notch quality, and they make me snort. So there you go. That's what's good about them. And I'm ashamed to laugh this hard. But yeah, anyway, coming straight through onto the map itself, we do have, obviously, Titans playing in that split towards the west side of Minas Gerais, which will keep them safe considering Alpha isn't there, as we talked about earlier. Major Pride, though, the last game should have realistically been a win for their side. I think it does come down to the fact that early on in the game, they were taking shots at a lot of teams. They got shot back at and then went very quiet, you know. It was a little bit sad to see that they went very silent in that match, 0 Dark 30 type of style. So I think, you know, for them, they should have just been taking way more shots at a lot of teams round inside the lobby, rather than just sitting still, because that's kind of what opened them up to get crashed by KASIK and VIRTUS.PRO at the same time. I think you have to be taking shots through windows, you have to be taking off helmets, even on the other compounds that are outside the circle.
Try and play a little bit more heads up. Can't be cowed by action, not in a lobby like this. We've spoken a little bit before about, you know, that coming into this, there seemed to be a big three, right? That was the big story we came into this tournament with, the Gladiators, Major Pride, and MADBULLS, all looking as probably, in most people's estimations, the top of the tables. But now we've actually sort of seen the first phase develop and mature a little bit. It seems like there very much is, well, one very clear outstanding performance from MADBULLS. But for the rest of the tables, from second down to, I would say, you know, around fifth potentially, all of these teams have really looked solid. And even below that, you're also getting really good performances. So I think we can maybe make a less of a big three, more a big one and a medium sixth.
There's a lot of strong teams in this lobby. I think, you know, you look at Alpha Team, I think that they did decently well on that first weekend. I think they can go a bit further. There's a lot of matches where they are being slightly done in by some of these crazy backstabs coming through their way. But again, you know, MUERTE, third place at the moment, 148 points. And this is where I kind of expected to see them in this lobby. This is where I wanted to see them as well. I think they're a very strong team. Relatively unknown players a lot of times to some of the people within the PUBG Mobile community. But, you know, Fury's definitely made a name for himself now. Malloy is returning to form that we saw back in the day when he still played under MUERTE. And yeah, Corker from VIRTUS.PRO moved over towards MUERTE, also having a big impact. It's just, there are just a lot of teams that have been long-standing within the PUBG Mobile community now find themselves on a team where they are succeeding upwards.
We always had the parts in Europe. We just had to put them in the right order before we could make it into the supercar that we know it can be. But still, a little bit of road testing to do for a couple of these rosters, and we're seeing that in Titan, right? We're seeing slowly come through, and you spoke about it earlier, Old Boy, not a bad player, but potentially the wrong player for the fit of the current Titans setup, and maybe able to readjust into that later on, because it is really good to see him sticking around, always that threatening presence. And right now, Titan feeling pretty threatening right in the middle of this southeast circle.
Yeah, they do move in a bit further over towards compounds that they've held before in this lobby. It's a decent spot to be in. You know, you can hold out a lot of teams coming through on that western side. MUERTE have a long way to go, though, dropping him onto Nuevo. Still have to move across a lot of terrain to get towards that position. Again, they do still play fairly decently here. The one thing that we've not really been too big of a fan of recently from MUERTE is some of these scraps that they take outside of the circle itself. They're fairly hungry for a lot of those battles, but I think that they do need to keep their eyes on the roads ahead of them towards where the circle's going to end up, because I think some of their rotations are hampered here on Miramar just by the fact that they don't always get into the circle fast enough and they can't exert that pressure that we can see them actually hit up in a lot of these games.
Over on the north side, the VULGAR boys still playing a little bit timorous from Tierra Bronca, as Unicorns of Love sit further down south. The circle shrinks and it keeps Impala in for the most part. That south side going to start to heat up. We know the MADBULLS playing around those eastern hills. Going to try and take control there. Major Pride want to fend off PERMITTA's position, but KONINA Power sit ahead of them. And a lot of these teams are really going to crunch in now. On this stage 2 circle, we know how big of a shrink this is. Major Pride, PERMITTA. Ooh, a lovely little jump shot there from Nomi to find Folly on the top rail and be able to take him down as well. That DBS jump shot, really important. That high ground position for PERMITTA could really have thrown a spanner in the works for Major Pride. Now they have 3 players remaining for PERMITTA to deal with. A nade around the corner does tag a lot of damage there, but not going to quite get the knock just yet. Wants to put another one out. And it is going to be a lovely little spray down and a shut out of the door for Major Pride to find yet another of PERMITTA's players.
That's a good engagement coming through from PERMITTA. Oh, Major Pride, sorry. Rogo inside the party bus, though. Naomi looting backside the door. He's still worried, you know, he's still cautious. Mixer attempting to just leave, but getting shot at the entire time. Rogo going for the English plate from KASIK team here on Miramar. Sit in the vehicle for as long as possible. Don't do anything. Hopefully they don't see you, and then die.
Mixer trying to take that one. The hop to the back seat as it keeps moving in the buggy for Nomi. Draws it to a stop, and the spray and the smoke is good. Gets that knock, and Rogo hits the deck, trying to play all sneaky-beaky-like around the back of the party bus, but not going to find an opportunity. It was unfortunate that he was looting behind the door, otherwise that almost certainly would have been a knock and a flush.
He's just hiding in the cars right now. I think Major Pride just has no clue. Yeah, they've not even spotted him. I think Dino knows now.
Did he just honk the horn? No, that was another one of them. Do they? There's no way they know. They would just absolutely go for it right now if they did. They don't know.
He's so safe right now.
He is.
He is very
chilling.
still.
Still surviving. Here's the footsteps. The panic setting in.
I'm dead, promise.
I can see the sweat through his visor, look. It's dripping. It's dripping down onto his Pro League jersey.
Well, that's a horrible situation to be in if you're Rogo, but he lives.
This is fine.
This is stealth. Stealth mode.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Somehow he survived there. I mean, it happens. Will there be another backstab eventuality? And this time, Major Pride being the combatants to bite the bullet on it, because Furia from MUERTE actually getting drawn short on the back of this rotation. MADBULLS also losing players as Major Pride stalled on that south edge. It's allowed No Mercy Warriors, MADBULLS and MUERTE to all move in almost in front of them.
Yeah, that's a horrible rotate for a lot of teams.
Wow.
You know, MADBULLS, No Mercy Warriors, Major Pride, PERMITTA, MUERTE, KONINA Power up in front as well. And you have to move through now open ground or opt to take the eastern roads. Now, the eastern roads even more deadly and dangerous because it is a very tight space they have to move through on that area, so a lot of teams will know exactly where they are. MADBULLS down to 3. NEXUS are able to hold out. That's Doran been left behind on a very high ground position. Really do like that coming through from Doran. You know, NEXUS gave up a lot of space in the early game, which I did love to see, and I think it's one of the things that they've changed here to ensure they can get further into this game. They allowed teams inwards. Again, he finds another shot over towards Corker. Unlikely they'll be able to bring him back up again. This is working out fantastically well for Doran. Getting down, that's another issue, but I assume he'll deal with that later.
It's tomorrow's Doran's problem, you know? It's gonna be fine. Zerich answers. Takes half his health bar, doesn't quite tag a second shot, but Doran humbled a little bit, for the time being anyway. I'm sure we'll see him peaking in no time flat, but back into the buggy. Maybe actually looking to drop off now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good move from Doran, and one that we like to see from this dude. Zero in a bad spot himself as Aza tries to take him down behind the wheels as the monster truck slowly slides down the hill here.
I mean,
moving cover.
It's getting him to the zone, right? He can keep it covering, he can keep it moving. The question is, how long does it last? It's got a lot of health, but no, it's not going to keep him safe. Not long enough. Will go down, and the Nameless will lose a player on the north flank.
Again, coming back to that previous point, you know, Doran, that's a really good move from him. You know, instantly, as soon as his position is revealed, he's just going to send off. And I think this is something we wanted to see from Doran a lot. He hits some great shots, yes, and he is a fantastic player. And the problem with that is that losing a fantastic player like Doran early is always bad news. So when he takes some of these overzealous pushes, some overconfident plays, that's when Nexus starts to hurt a lot more. So I like that as soon as MADBULLS takes shots towards him, he just sends down and he's looking to regroup with the rest of the team.
Playing a lot more safe and secure. I mean, you know you're going to have to move at some point, so ready to go for that staging position. With all the teams on his south, a lot to worry about. The Nameless, their remaining duo, fending off against SHOCKWAVE, who was being praised for the malleability of their play, of their splits over on the desk. Looking to try and keep themselves as 4, because VIRTUS.PRO have now started to encircle. Wait, not quite into the fight, but Elementrix draws first blood over towards Aza. Bagnazada as well. A little bit too close for comfort. They're going to have to hop on the inside now. Maybe share the ground with the Nameless, because they are now under pressure. Terminus potentially close enough to get a res here, but look at this full sweep circle from VIRTUS.PRO. They have established a complete perimeter here.
Yeah, it's actually a decent compound to play around with, just because it has this high ground, this elevation to start playing off the backside of it as well when you head towards that late game. So for a lot of teams, you can see them putting a huge amount of stock in towards the position. VIRTUS.PRO looking to clean out the final members. Ruda just taking shots down around the side. Scars left alive in a very tricky spot.
VULGAR boys have taken the high ground position, and that means that VIRTUS.PRO can swing around to the southwest side and maintain a full perimeter on this engagement. Bagnazada, Terminus, all catching flak. Beck will be the next to get res, but hang on a minute. 8most stands outside. A little bit of a bold peek given Elementrix's position, but he makes it work. Wait, finds Madagod in the meantime, and Retribution is found. But VIRTUS.PRO down to 2 now, actually, with a knock from 8most. He's doing a lot of work for the roster. Wait, taking a little bit too much damage for his liking. A potential for a little bit of a last stand here, but the nade puts an end to proceedings. VIRTUS.PRO, however, on the ropes to SHOCKWAVE and to VULGAR boys, who are looking to push in and play more proactively. Try and get involved with this engagement. A shot down the corridor, and Scars burns him up, but he's burning himself. The bandage to try and keep him alive as VIRTUS.PRO continue to pressure this. Scars is low, and the reses can come through to keep VIRTUS.PRO as 3, but Scars doesn't want to allow that to happen. Ringing out with the shots on the DBS. Ruda is the closest by, stands up the steps to watch out for that close position, but VULGAR boys are still here. Major Pride tagging onto the back of that engagement, though.
Yeah, I think they've made a quick rotator towards this northern side, looking towards VULGAR. And then clear out a lot of these teams. Your northeastern side of the map just completely home to Major Pride at that point in time. VULGAR, though, does have a decent spot to fend off against them, so Major Pride opts that this is probably not the best idea. Maybe they can sweep in down towards the southwest just a little bit, find a little bit more open ground where they can take some shots at some teams. I mean, this is always a good region to play in on the northeastern side. A lot of ridges to peek up and down from. I think you do have to be slightly scared with some of the elevation that comes through from that northwest on towards where VIRTUS.PRO and VULGAR is playing. Luckily for them, a lot of those teams have just battered each other over on that side of the map, so they won't be as much of a threat to them.
Major Pride have shimmied their way away from that. Gladiators very nice and central on the roadside. Tixie's position visible from Major Pride. They continue to march in. This ridgeline will be their next stop. Nexus, they've lost Doran on the south side as they come into conflict with No Mercy Warriors. They've also got remnants of the teams around them as well. Lucci has to hit the deck as Unicorns of Love roll over the hillside. It's 1-for-1 on the spray trades, and a second actually picked up as well as KONINA Power are able to find the crossfire with Agori and off Hayes enacting revenge. An aid from Woodson, but he's burnt back into cover. Rolkis falls down next as well. The Palucci potential to get rest here as Woodson is the last to stand. Becker has the challenge, but the nade in hand means he can't answer with bullets.
Yeah, I mean, with Woodson now just trapped inside this building, res on Palucci, most likely ideal here. Good tags on that one. And try to send a grenade in the top side of the building here because he has an open roof. If he gets the air burst just right, should take him down, but he's living just for now.
Circle shifting out from this position. Covering off Woodson around the side, steps into the blue and gets the knock, but it's immediately answered. Unicorns of Love out, Agori Rezable, and they'll need to get a move on. Start moving out to the west. Major Pride have sequestered themselves over to the north side of the road. The Gladiators have taken a knock, but Tixi has got the cover to stay alive for now. Zerich in the meantime, last for MADBULLS against NEXUS, and he will clean them out. The south side will remain a stronghold for him. He's just about in the next zone.
Yeah, pretty easy for Zerich here. There's no wonder why he is topping the damage tables currently in the tournament. Such a fantastic player here for MADBULLS. And again, in the past, it was a case that, you know, Zerich didn't look as strong as before. He was always that massive player on the side of MADBULLS that you would always look for in terms of big plays, you know, great clutch moments. Fell off just a little bit, but it feels like a lot more during this tournament. He's back on form, being the guy at the front. And it's good because, you know, we always were worried for Zerich because the reason he played so well is that off the back of Effect, like those two were a deadly duo back in the day when they played together. There wasn't really a replacement for Effect immediately because Flique didn't quite have that firepower, was more of an off-angle player himself. And now that Tulika is so much more consistent, now Zerich can play off the back of him. So that's why you see them so close in damage at the top of the tables as well, because these two players now go hand in hand.
Really strong duo, a nice advent for them. And we have to carry that power forwards, but looking at central areas, Gladiators under threat now from KASIK as they roll straight on up. Trofka and Ingush, the front of this fight. Cold western wind blows through and KASIK, look at it, actually guard their back as well because Titan are trying to open up onto them, but slowly goes down first. Another knock as well from the off angles coming on through, and Titan are down to 2. KASIK still staying alive, but Kitsune wants to change that. A double nade comes through. Meku opens up the bidding for 1. Kitsune puts some damage down to lay some suppressing fire in. Meku wants the challenge, and Kitsune knocks it down again. A triple spray down on the knocks, and Unicorns the last to fall. Really nice clear up from the Gladiators on the threat from the west, but there's still Titans over the hill, and Dark Project are maneuvering into position.
Yeah, it's a lovely little standoff here. I mean, Gladiators from this position on the southwest side just have so much priority on gatekeeping some of these teams trying to get into the circle. There's so many interesting areas that Gladiators can play in and surprise these teams from. Dark Project even trying to make their way in over the flat land, and Kitsune is happy to send a volley of bullets their way. Aces is doing pretty well to avoid this, but immediately Kitsune will have to back off this one as Aztec will find the shot. Luckily, Icy does find a hit towards KASIK, which will stop them from pushing too far down towards Gladiators. So very much a fortunate opportunity here.
They are still very much in danger. The push-up comes through. Aztec close by. Tixi launches a nade over the top. I don't think that's going to tag a knock. Does do a little bit of damage, though, in the meantime. Wobbly's there to back him up. Dark Project move further south. And the Gladiators really do have their work cut out for them to hold out here. You said they had these surprise angles. They're going to need every trick in the book to be able to hold this one. But we know they can do it. We know what this roster is capable of. They have to try and fight their way through.
Yeah, I think the main reason this place is so strong for Gladiator is just because it has a lot of area that it can control. Robs and Icy come in to try and spoil the day for them. Tixi's going to drop a little Molotov to stop them from getting too far forward. Again, you do have to be really careful. Anytime Gladiators get a little bit too high on these ridges, other teams will start to chime in. One of No Mercy Warriors players, Watch Me, has this side swipe angle. For the time being, Gladiators will just have to be very careful of where they're peeking and where they're playing. Kitsune gets a little bit far out of bounds here, down to 3 now.
tricky. A nade over the back. Oh, that looks like it could have been much more dangerous than it was. That little ridge line fades it somewhat. Oh, another bubble. And Matic stays safe just about behind the rock. Meku repositions. They can't go down 2 at once. They cannot afford that opening to be presented to Titans, even if they are just a duo. And another nade. Is this going to be the magic? It is. Right on the money, and Matic falls first. Tixi down by the ridgeline. Icy, sorry, backed off. Meku has the challenge over the top and wins it out. Milky Way goes for the shots, but denied. Icy will be able to finally shut him down, and now it's just Tixi in action. Looking to try and keep the Gladiators in the mix, but they are playing as 2 with 1 knock, and they're on the outside of the circle. The crawl back is dangerous. It's covered off by Watch Me. And look at the angles they have. I don't think Meku gets back up here.
Yeah, No Mercy Warriors have just completely dominated this engagement. I mean, Watch Me's had this sideswipe angle for so long now. It's been incredibly good for them. Not able to get the flush either, so that will be Gladiators going down with 6 eliminations. I think considering the position they had, the amount of teams they fought off against, it's a pretty good result for Gladiators. Obviously not the most amount of points they could have accrued in this lobby, but now it's time for Major Pride to get a little bit further into this match. They get another good compound. This is what we've been speaking about. Major Pride is just taking strong compounds around the map, making some smart rotations. They certainly can do it, and it feels like they're a bit more towards their former selves in today at least. Yes, it's unfortunate they're not able to finish out that game on Erangel last match. That's sort of due to some bad timing and just not taking enough shots early game, but again, it's somewhat unlucky.
Dark Project suppressed on this ridgeline, not only by Major Pride, but VULGAR boys across the way have a really solid lookout towards that position. It will need a lot of smokes and a lot of momentum to get up to Major Pride's compound, should they want to crash it, should they want to make that choice, that decision to move on through, but they haven't made that call just yet. They are in this circle. They'll wait for the shift to make their call, I'm sure. KONINA Power have been slowly pushing in from the southeast side. Max liked their position enough to predict it, and I feel like it's really panned out well from them. That ridge line that they can move up to the east is only really in contest with the VULGAR boys position, and they can continue to get up to that ridge side, that road side, sorry, with the ridge that exists just to the southeast side of Major Pride.
Major Pride most likely going to have to leave soon as well. I think that the difficulty of Major Pride's position in that compound, obviously, is a singular spot. It's not exactly a huge amount of areas you can control at the same time with a lot of teammates. But when you leave, you're all leaving from a fairly similar rotation. So for Dark Project, VULGAR boys, all have eyes on towards that. Again, I think that when No Mercy Warriors and a lot of these teams were fighting out before, I mean, me and Kyle predicting Gladiators, I think we assumed that they would try and take control here, but I think No Mercy Warriors just played a fantastic game down towards those side swipes they were setting up, and they just played very patiently. Now they have this position to play around with, gives them a lot of cover to look out towards teams that will have to leave at some point. And even now, you know, Aztec and Marlow being very careful, watching for these rotations, specifically for Dark Project. So smart, really, really well done.
Trying to move south of the road, 2 players already down, a third to fall, and Aztec will just be able to take the challenge with Forced. Easy pickings, a clean fight, very, very clean. You said they played a good game. You said they were looking out for this. It's absolutely come to pass. Beautifully done. It's a characteristic of Miramar that they have the sort of rolling ridges that go in one direction. The difficulty is that Gladiators found out is that those ridges have sides, and that's exactly where No Mercy Warriors have struck from and gained this control on the southwest point.
Yeah, I mean, you try and gain control of that area, and I think there was so many teams trying to hold that one out. And again, for Gladiators to get as far as they did and then finally fall to No Mercy Warriors, it is a good game from Gladiators, all things considered. I think just No Mercy Warriors has that opportunity to move in towards that southeast side. AWM now for Watch Me tries to take Nomi's head off.
Not going to be successful on the first attempt, and actually a reposition from Naomi to get a little bit closer to VULGAR boys' position. KONINA Power haven't crossed the road, so Naomi is just a little bit safer. A lot of damage found from the nades, answered with 1, but it's going wide, and KONINA Power should have full sight on this position. The smoke is there to cover him off just a little bit, but more bombardment on the menu. Major Pride gonna have to figure out where they want to go for the time being. Foops wants the challenge. He's gonna try and push out. Spots 1. Naomi goes down. In fact, not gonna have that answering knock either, and the flush could be good, just about able to tag it on, and will be good for 1.
Footsman backs off, and There's even more shots. That's from Watchman. I think that was AWM shot coming through. And I think it's just because he had the military vest. Yeah, level 3 keeps him alive from it. Very lucky boy.
Just about healing off. And moves back. Foops, man, he's doing a lot, but Off Haze finally takes that out. And that actually allows Major Pride a lot more maneuverability here. Still playing as 3. KONINA Power across the way. MUERTE as 1. Milky Way still surviving. They've been getting very deep into these games, Black.
Yeah, MUERTE just been putting up points every single time. Good salvage matches from them so far. Corker on that first match on Sanhok. Milky Way now here on Miramar. It's been fairly fantastic. Even Fury on Erangel to some extent. Major Pride will have to move out though. Effect stands up, will not be able to hit those shots. I think this point in time, this is where No Mercy Warriors, their faults start to show just a little bit, John. They're very reluctant to take precedent in the circles.
Effect Sacrifice allows Major Pride's duo, Dino and Nomi, to get up and across the road. They're playing under this ridgeline, and now the nades start to blow, and look at that. No Mercy Warriors start to eke forwards. I mean, this is dangerous here. I mean, you cannot just go for this. Nomi's position known, and he absolutely should just be looking for this reposition. Goes a little bit wide, tags damage, but not going to get the knock. No Mercy Warriors pushing in. Can Milky Way weather this? Can he survive as long as possible?
I think, you know, honestly, he's protected by KONINA Power, and they're in one of the strongest spots in the circle right now, playing along this ridge side. I think KONINA Power is doing a very good job to hold off 2 angles at the same time. Again, now that we're seeing the circle push in, you know, this is kind of a chicken dinner served up on a plate to KONINA Power. With that valley that sits in between them, No Mercy Warriors has to hit themselves a nasty little AWM shot or just get an initial pick off over towards KONINA Power to enable them to send down. Right now, it's just all smokes available. So many mollies sent down towards Major Pride as well.
They are just trying to figure out where they can survive at this stage. Milky Way still surviving. No Mercy Warriors cannot peek towards his angle because of the suppression. He sits in that valley, just barren completely. I think there's a crate and a tree, and that's it that sit between the two of them. It's going to be very difficult to make that move, but into the valley they go. They ride forwards. Watch me's the first casualty, Aztec the second. They are suppressed a little bit off the ridgeline, and Major Pride might be able to find a cheeky third party. Wobbly's made it across and actually towards Milky Way, who could stand up and prove to be a little bit of trouble. Wobbly forwards and wants the challenge here now as well. The knock goes to the backline, and No Mercy Warriors are pulled apart. Becca with a chance, but just denied it, and will have to be taken off Haze in the meantime. That is going to be No Mercy Warriors down and out. And now Major Pride can start to move forwards. They're playing against 3. The DPS looks good for 1, but Nomi is sat back. Major Pride cannot move through. 2 players now active. And Milky Way for MUERTE. There are no eliminations, but they've managed to survive up into second. A 2 versus 1. Agori moves on through. The challenge is there. A good nade to find. And the DPS now in the range of effectiveness. Moving up along this ridgeline. He spots Agori, takes the knock, and now onto a 1 versus 1 with Off Haze. KONINA Power in trouble now as Milky Way has taken them to task. A resurgence for this roster. He survived so long. Can he play on the cover? Confirming the flushes. More in the barrel as well in the back pocket. Can he get it? And it's Milky Way to take it home. He survived in the valley. He weathered the storm. Beneath No Mercy Warriors and KONINA Power, the hail of bullets rang true, and he resurged, picking up those casings and throwing them back in their face. It's MUERTE to take it back.
We said Milky Way was going for a salvage game, but slowly arises from the depths of the water on the diving bell with a massive treasure chest in hand with the guys from MUERTE. Big chicken dinner for them. Great end game as well. And I think the real sticking point for me there is the fact that he immediately gets rid of the 2 players, right, with the DPS. And that's not to go for the flushes. That's because they're actively body blocking him. So he takes the chance while the guys down the hill, get rid of them. He knows exactly what he needs to finish that off. Very, very fantastic play from Milky Way.
So well timed. Not to mention, though, KONINA Power with another very late game, one that they should have won this time around, all things considered, but it is snatched away from them. The jaws of victory were not open for them today. Instead, MUERTE take it home.
Actually, the play of that's the MVP play right there, Max. Yeah. That's the MVP. Milky Way, MUERTE, against all odds, Max, are able to pull out the victory. What a play. What a play.
We had 6 teams at one point. 5 of the teams still had 4 players, and he was the single solo player left since, what, phase 5? And he just outlives everyone, stays in that little bit of a dip. No one even pays attention to him. And then he gets involved after the fight. We did talk that maybe he could have got involved a bit earlier in that fight of KONINA Power versus Major Pride, but I saw Gorish show he was back. He was against the DBS, and the moment he started running away, I just like, he's going to get to the ridge, get that opening knock, and then it's down to the 1v1s. And against the DBS, there's not much he can really do. What a game from MUERTE. He's stealing a win. Like, that is the play of the tournament so far.
Turns out the timing was just right, mate. Turns out the timing was just... We were questioning it, as you say, but no, never mind. The DBS makes magic happen here in the close combat. I mean, for KONINA Power, they've got to be absolutely livid with that. They had a lot of control over these situations. They were eventually able to deal with Major Pride, who was causing them quite the commotion up to the north, but Milky Way, man. Let's take a look at the highlights. We could just play back that moment about 5 times, and then that'll be the highlights, to be honest.
KONINA Power must have gone through a whirl of emotions like, oh yeah, we cleared Major Pride, we won. Wait, why is the game not ending? Why am I hearing DBS in the distance? What's going? Run! it's Milky Way coming for us. Oh, but what a play. As I said, my favorite play of the tournament by far. Though, if we went a little bit earlier back in this game, the northern circle shifts, Kalaris, were tough, to say the least. You had 5-6 teams in the south, and the circle just kept shifting north, north, north every single time. So you saw quite a few teams die relatively early. As Gladiators, though, in their dip, in a good position beforehand, but then they got pushed in this one singular dip, which is so nadeable. Titan got involved, eliminated a bunch of the players, and No Mercy Warriors, it's putting so much pressure that I think we haven't seen yet in this tournament from them, so good on them for taking that opportunity to clear the West.
I mean, the hilarious thing about those north shifts that you're referring to is that as we take a look at this once again, actually, I'll talk about the circles in a moment, because this was just great stuff coming out from Milky Way. Brilliantly executed. Great salvage mission from him. Who cares about all these guys? Let's just talk about... No. The funny thing is about this circle and the north shift is that Major Pride, No Mercy Warriors, MUERTE, and KONINA Power all were teams that were not in that northern shift when it happened. They were all south, so they managed to all get up there, and it really shows that all of these teams are making mature decisions when transitioning to circles, being able to play edge very nicely, and eventually get themselves a decent spot, threading the needle to try and find those important positions. Like Major Pride moving over to Saloon. Technically, it's a great play. Technically, it's a great spot. Just unfortunately for them, they had to move away when the circle moves away from them.
Yeah, also KONINA Power, I think they just understood, okay, these circles are a bit rough. A lot of the teams are blocked towards that Impala location. Let's just go for the wide wrap on the east next to the coastal line and enter against Unicorns of Love, which at the time were split, so very vulnerable. And you can see that KONINA Power understood that, clearly cleared the entirety of Unicorns of Love. And when they do so, they pretty much had at that point like 30-40% of the circle under their control because they cleared the team that had the most space in the circle at the time. So good on KONINA Power. I'm still a bit salty that I'm not getting my 3 points. I feel robbed, but it was a cool play, so no, screw it, I guess.
Yeah, no, you've got to take that L, unfortunately. That was crazy. Anyway, let's take a look at the overalls and see where MUERTE's moved now. Of course, they didn't get the most points in this game, but they're now tied with Gladiators for that kind of second, third place here. That is ridiculous stuff coming in. 108 eliminations here. Just kind of trailing behind MADBULLS with the 128. Again, not really had that great 2 games here for them. We're sure that they'll bounce back, but what a jump up from MUERTE, man, over the last 2 days.
And the tiebreaker is currently the chicken dinners, so if you take that away, of course, it would be MUERTE potentially on top, but yeah, a tie with Gladiators. What an insane comeback from this team. I don't think anyone in their right mind would have predicted them, so I feel like this was an impossible game to predict correctly. You have 5 fully stacked teams and 1 solo, like, I'm going to go for Milky Way, but not quite going to happen, but really happy with their performance. I would like to see if they could have won, if they had like 2-3 players like just making it later on in the game, if they could have got like double digits or something in limbs. But great pressure exerted from Milky Way, and just the timing, as you said, a little bit judgmental, but at the end it was right when Agorish was running away, so you couldn't have done it any better.
Definitely. There's the Major Pride slow move up now. They've been able to gain some points here. Likewise, the KONINA Power slow move up now moves into 8th position there, as we saw them in that top 8. Down towards the bottom half, though, not too much moves, a little bit of stagnation going on here. No Mercy Warriors trying to get themselves some more points on the board. Likewise, from the Nameless, just coming off the back of a win here. They're kind of needing a little bit more. You want to avoid at least those bottom spots. Try and get into that top 12. Try and get yourself towards that Livic match, because Livic's an interesting place, Max.
Yeah, and we saw a little bit of changement towards the bottom, right? We saw ourselves the Nameless able to get himself that chicken dinner just earlier on Erangel, and now we're seeing No Mercy Warriors trying to be a little bit more present, taking more pressure and control on the circle here in the west on Miramar. So yeah, it seemed like teams at the bottom understood they need to make some relatively big changes, trying to change how they approach these matches. So I think that as the tournament goes on, as we say, PMPL is a really long tournament, so there's a lot of opportunities to make these iterations that maybe those two teams can surprise us in these following phases.
All right, well, I believe the casters are ready. I can't quite recall from all of that. All right, well, they are ready here, as we're going to head to some TDMs before we move into our fourth match of the day. So, John and Blank, take it away.
A little bit of a break from that last one because we kind of need it after MUERTE's chicken dinner there. We're going to go over and play some TDM instead. You can see, I believe we've got match 2 on the cards, KASIK versus TUNA coming up for you. You can see PERMITTA won the first TDM that we had yesterday, and they'll face off against Major Pride.
Yeah, and then we'll be following up with VIRTUS.PRO versus No Mercy Warriors 2. So a lot of matches to be played here today because we're going to have the TDM, a TDM, and then a quick Sanhok. So it's going to be a lot of us guys talking on the cast, but straight into the game immediately. We got TUNA Esports versus KASIK team. KASIK obviously having some good games today. Already got themselves a chicken dinner. Maybe they get themselves a win here on the TDM.
We'll look for a couple of nades to open up the bidding. We were seeing the Groza being used quite effectively yesterday in these close scenarios. We saw that M1014 as well. Looks like Skills has got that M24 as well. So for the first time here, we'll see those snipers. They played pretty effectively when we've seen this map play before in these TDM formats. So good to see Skills on that sniper. And SKS for English there. Being brought to the mix, so an interesting DMR pickup.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, with the sniper, if you're good with it and you get the instant headshot, it's like sort of better than a shotgun because you can technically hip fire with the sniper. And if you get the headshot, bang, it's done and dusted. It's an instant wipe on the player. It could be a decent nade on the top. Still 0 eliminations so far, so absolutely no one's found anything as of yet. Both teams playing very cautiously.
Yeah, they're playing a little bit further on the back foot. Not willing to go for this push, although that central area around the stairs under control of TUNA right now. So they have got a little bit of an advantage, I'd say, but it is still a minute and a half in, and we have seen no eliminations. I think on the match yesterday, Blank, by this point, we'd already had up to, what was it, 8 points apiece so far on the engagements. You can see a vast change in playstyle between these two matches.
Yeah, both teams very reluctant to fight one another. And I think a lot of that comes down to the fact that KASIK team's gone for a full long-range play. Already starting off strong, though, with Skills on the headshot. I was talking about just instant shots through. Will take you down.
English trying to peek on this corner. Neither of them have the nades. And in comes TUNA. They've got that shotgun leading the charge. The Groza on the back. It's going pretty well for TUNA right now. Skills doesn't quite tag that shot with the M24, and you imagine that the rest of KASIK are just going to be cleaned up here. The difficulty of playing this long-range setup is, of course, as soon as TUNA breaches that defense, you're toast. There's nothing you can really do. You can see Unicorn trying to play close with that Groza. Actually just fades all the way back. Knows he doesn't have the refrag in that position. And Zero will take control of it. A swing out wide for Noshi. And he steps up, SKS in hand for English. The second as well from the backstab. Really nicely played off on momentum, but it's kind of not going either team's way for the time being.
Yeah, it took a while for this to get started, but we're here now. Obviously, players just looking to get some shots in. Noshi, flashbang in hand. Trofka pulls out the nade. English will head up with the DMR, the SKS, looking to get some shots through, but it's Abito with the Groza. Finds himself a double there. Abito's been really strong for TUNA this entire tournament.
Very low on the ammo there on the FAMAS. Don't think he has much more in pocket. No, he does. He has a little bit more on that Groza. So he's looking to try and recoup whatever he can, and he will step forwards, get the job done. Unicorn launches the nade and will stop him. But the damage is done, and TUNA now 10-6.
Zero comes through with the M114 to get further in. Right now, though, the KASIK team's doing a fairly decent job to hold them down, but not quite enough as Unicorn goes extremely low there. And this is a push out. Skills as also goes to the backstab and won't be able to do it as Purple finishes him off.
14-8 right now, and TUNA start to open that lead. Drovka trying to hold off on the corner as KASIK are able to bombard with a barrage of DMR shots there. And do quite well with it. 12-14, they are equalizing here. So surely Zero's going to be able to get something done and pull some back out of the pocket. But 16-3, and the gap has shrunk to just 3 points.
I'm enjoying the red dot SKS play. You know, the real tap fire. Not quite the MK14, but the old auto fire on that bad boy. But just good enough. Drovka can hit the tap just quick enough to make it happen.
Oh, the reload not quick enough though. Might be able to hit those taps, but you need to be faster on that switch. 20-16 though, and they've reached the halfway mark before the halfway timer, so likely that we'll see this conclude on the points rather than the time. It's first to 40, but of course, if the time runs out, it's whoever has the highest at that point. A lot of ammo strewing the floor there. Abito turns the corner, and it's 1-for-1 on the trade, 25-20.
Just reaching half-time, 5 minutes remaining. 15 eliminations required for TUNA Esports. Beautiful nade around the corner from English, and we'll finish off Abito as well. What a play from him.
Zero lighting up on the top of the stairs as well for 2. Drops down, tries to stay alive for as long as possible. And we'll just keep it in control for now. 29 points on the cards for TUNA as Unicorn will be looking for the nade. Will be able to successfully land it onto Zero as well. 3 points is still the gap though, Blank, and it's getting a little bit closer. Abito turns the corner, and that is not going to be good for the health. 30-29, and we're back to almost evens.
Yeah, TUNA Esports just taking a little bit more engagement than maybe required, trying to force this gameplay, but not working out so well for them. Drovka takes a little tickle, and Zero once again in the front side with M114. He's had a lot of success and looks to pay it forward for TUNA. Let's try and finish off this game. 8 more eliminations. KASIK running a slightly scared. We'll get the refresh on the nades though, and they have to be very, very efficient with them.
Over the top, doesn't tag any damage though. That is unfortunate for Skills's, who does not get value out of that very valuable piece of ordnance. Drovka trying to get a little bit more done, does find damage, but they'll just fade away and look for that healing. It was only onto Noshi as well. Abito looks for the run out, will be able to spot it, but KASIK not presenting broadside, and look at that, up and onto the rock, jumps up on the block there. Shuts it down with the M114. Noshi with the spray to try and suppress. 32-31. They're still in the lead, but KASIK are on a run. They're moving around. They're sweeping through. Unicorn split from them. A potential for a third party. A backstab position.
Yeah, Zero's been struggling just a little bit with his M114. Not been able to get the shoddy plays that he was looking for before. With a lot of these players now working as a unit. Zero, though, comes around the side with an unfortunate spawn for KASIK team. 34-33 as they take the lead. Zero goes down. Nasty backstab coming through from Drovka. 5 eliminations remaining, and KASIK might be able to bring this one back.
Purple looks for the corner on Skillses and will be able to land the spray on the drop shot. Immediately flicks around, worried about that refrag. But TUNA have managed to draw it even once more. 5 eliminations stand between either of these two teams in victory. We saw it be pretty close last time around. We saw it slow down at this point as well, but 37 now racked up as the nade from Skillses lands on Zero, and 3 points for TUNA needed.
Yeah, refresh on the nades again for TUNA Esports. KASIK team has to be a bit worried about grouping up too much. Skillses continues to take shots down range, and Abito scared to actually toss these shots. Great movement there from Skillses. Will get out the way as another nade is sent towards his position. And this will be the final engagement.
Zero nade cooking for TUNA. Needs to get value here. Close range, English steps close, but will be able to just about tuck away. Skillses doesn't have the angle to stop Zero getting closer, and it doesn't look like KASIK have any nades in pocket. TUNA need to be careful. They can't present too much here because 3 deaths, and that's it. If they get eliminated, it's only going to make it harder. A stun grenade for Skillses can slow the roll a bit. And he wants to line up the spray. A high ground position, 2 and 2. Zero steps out. That is bold and dangerous, but doesn't get punished. Skillses sat back, and look at English. He's close. He's right around the corner. Taken very, very low, but they're lighting up that corridor. Really solid hold from Skillses to find 2. points remaining for KASIK. Make that one, and they managed to rack up another. Again, it is going to be KASIK team to take the victory in the TDM.
I mean, Gingrich was on the barest amount of HP, just sat there crouched with the shotgun in hand and just unleashed pellets over towards the guys from TUNA Esports. So not exactly how we expect them to finish, because I thought TUNA Esports had it in the bag, and an interesting little setup coming through from KASIK in terms of the weaponry acquired to actually take it home, and they will continue in our tournament. Next matchup, VIRTUS.PRO versus No Mercy Warriors, and No Mercy Warriors looking a little bit more aggressive in that previous Miramar versus VIRTUS.PRO, who was looking a little bit better in this tournament.
Yeah, there was a pretty solid spot on the south side for them against the Gladiators position. Really the main thing that ruined the Gladiators game in that last time. So hopefully some strength there. But we've seen VIRTUS.PRO have success as well. So into the breach once more. A forwards position already established by No Mercy Warriors.
Straight in there. The slide as well. You can tell that this guy is a TDM master. That's all he plays. That's why they've got him subbed in for the team. He's purely for the TDM.
That's what he's here for. He doesn't even want to play the main tournament. It's the only reason he's playing in this. Looking for those slip and slides. Point apiece. And Waits actually managed to tag one around over onto Watch Me. Elementrix backed off, but not before Synod turns the corner with the M114. And brings it even yet again. 2 points to start us off. Wait falls next.
Nice shots. It's the headshot coming through. Elementrix also playing a cheeky little angle on top side. Ruder with the M24 will put down Sind. Another nade over the top might just take down Watch Me.
Over to Ruder. Bouncer. And a second as well. Repositioned slick with it though. And Ruder gets across with the slide. Nice and quick. Beck takes the flash and takes a little bit of damage as well, but not really going for a push just yet. High ground very controlled right now by No Mercy Warriors, that central area. Elementrix wants to peek into the side, but Marlowe steps out very quickly. The challenge for Wait, not going to be good. There is that crossfire established already. Will fall down to another M114 shot.
Marlowe on our screens. And so 3 eliminations so far, not doing too badly. Similarly, we've got... God. It's very slow paced.
It is. 2 minutes in. Well, I mean, we've been treated more to more early action than we were in the last one, but just got to get to that 40 goal. Ruder, the only one with the sniper right now for VIRTUS.PRO. Playing with the M4 for Beck. I mean, we have seen mostly Grozers be the mainstay weapon, as well as that M114. I think we only saw one sniper elimination in that last round as well. So not really being as prolific as it once was in these TDMs.
Wobbly on the edge. With Beck just taking shots down range. Just threading the needle of the shots here.
Who does the elimination go to? Does it take one off, or does it give it to the enemy team? Because Sun just nade himself.
It's kind of that's an illegal maneuver, actually.
I don't know if there's a penalty for that. We'll have to double check to see. Maybe we can get a telestration from the analyst desk on just exactly what happened on that. But
yeah, illegal maneuver, trying to get more ammo. That's unacceptable. Get him out.
Disqualified. You're out. I don't think we can make that call, but slide forwards. 7-5, 7-6 now, and that is a change of numbers.
Watch Me goes down. Elementrix. Whew. Nasty little headshot through the doorway. Wait, sends a nade over. Sawn off and a Grozer. Cheeky little combo. I do think I like Sin's setup the most. You know, double M114, just in case one wasn't enough.
I mean, yeah, you got that hot swap, right? You run out of ammo in one of them, just trade out for another. You need to be able to be ready at all times. Nades down the corridor, close position for Ruda. Steps out, there's Elementrix to find the first blow. Ruda's still there looking for the no-scopes, and Elementrix just denying him time and time again. Finally, going to be afforded one, but will go down for Wait and Elementrix, all getting lined up on as Marlow gets that side swipe. 12 points on the cards for VIRTUS.PRO, 10 in response for No Mercy Warriors.
I mean, for Marlow, he just wandered straight up into their lodgings, and now immediately got some more players heading up there. But VIRTUS.PRO right now, it's still going very well. You know, their defense is solid. That is a nasty nade. That's unfortunate.
That's
illegal
not how
maneuver.
you're supposed to do that. You can't. You got to go through the gap. That's through the gap, right? Maybe next time. All right, Marlow with a chance to fumble his nade as well. And just about tags the top, but it's good for damage. And will be afforded another spray. Wait around the corner, looking for that pickup as well. Has the backup behind him. But Marlow will just try and suppress that angle. The Groza will finally get the job done.
That's a lovely sound, honestly.
The suppressed Groza.
Don't have to hear the suppressed Groza too often. It's been a great weapon. Everyone's got him here. Ruda does find Marlow. 17-15. Half time.
Looks like we might be on for a time finish rather than points. Sign behind here. Suppressor on that sniper, but it's not going to matter because Wait's already put him down. 18 apiece. We're going evens. Wait with the slowest slide at the end there to look for the spray. It gets back up the stairs, but Wobbly pushes out, tries the challenge, will not be successful.
I pulled out the magazine whilst he was sliding to reload the Groza. I enjoyed that. That made me very happy. Ruda is going to try and get the sniper through double doors, looking over towards Wobbly and Marlow. There's a lot of sliding going on. I hope they've got, like, protective trousers on, you know?
You'd hope so. I mean, otherwise the seat your trousers goes, and that is embarrassing at the best of times.
Yeah.
You don't want...
Not that I've ever experienced that, you know, just sliding so aggressively to the point where I degrade my trousers.
You never played the old drag your friends?
What, degrade your trousers game?
Drag your friends on the tarmac.
No, that sounds horrible.
Yeah, it is. It's actually illegal.
Did you get
Pretty sure. No, I never did.
Were you the draggy?
I only observed.
Wow, that's even weirder. I'm not sure I like that.
Not on purpose, but it was there, and I caught sight of it, you know.
Oh, okay. Well, that's weird.
Yeah, it is.
Didn't like
now
that.
I think about it. Now I think about it. That is very weird.
You were just like, that's a thing.
I should have told someone, you know.
You really should have done. I mean, the poor screaming guy just been dragged along the tarmac. You were like, yeah.
I mean, it never hurt him, but...
What do you mean?
No, well, I mean, the trousers were the ones that took the brunt of it, right? The school trousers
they were
that
gone,
had to
you
be
said.
stitched up by the parents, who were mad about it. They were fuming. That got banned pretty quick, to be fair.
There have been 2 points in the meantime. I'll make that 3 points. Huge, huge numbers. 2 minutes 42 remaining. Almost done.
Ooh. Cheeky little shot. 21, so if it ended now, VIRTUS.PRO would, of course, take the victory in the TDM. But it's really slowed down here. I mean, it was slow at the start, but we can go even slower. I mean, Vin Diesel would never star in this, is what I'm saying.
Well, it's not fast. It's not Fast X.
What is it, Fast 5? What was the most recent one?
Fast slides, though.
Oh, I like it. Fast slides.
Yong. Oh, that's pretty useless, actually. It didn't do much.
Yeah, that just sent him to his doom there, to his demise. That wasn't very family-oriented of him. Oh, that was pretty slick. Second as well.
Beck's AFK.
Hang on a minute.
He's AFK spawn.
Get him! Farm him for points! Ah! 25 eliminations for VIRTUS.PRO. They're getting slid on yet again. And sign around the corner, shut down. 27 now on the cards with a minute and a half.
This is insane right now. Huge, huge money points on the board coming through for both teams. It's so close, neck and neck.
Cash money right now for Wobbly. He's spinning that corner, looks for a second, and hang on a minute, no mercy Warriors. Close to the final bell, looking for a lead, but it's evened up and a nade to answer to put them back on top. 29 with a minute left.
About as much time as baked beans in the microwave has left on this match. See what they can get done here. Ruda sends a nade around the corner, evens things up, and that will be 30 to 29. It's getting close. No Mercy Warriors got to do something, but it looks like VIRTUS.PRO's just absolutely dominated them here.
3 whole points in the lead, Blank. VIRTUS.PRO looking to stretch that one out, but it's reduced to a mighty 2. And then 1, which is the number that is lower than 2.
This is some big time TDM. 33-32, No Mercy Warriors. They're going big mode on this match. Ruda, though, he's got to bring things back just a little bit, but watch me will take him down. And No Mercy Warriors are showing no mercy in these final moments.
3-point lead with 6 seconds to play. No Mercy Warriors put another on the board. Only 3 to maybe just get an elimination point win, but no. It's time that sees us to the end, and it is No Mercy Warriors to take down VIRTUS.PRO.
Yes! What a game. What a game that was. Anyway, Sanhok is a map that I really enjoy.
Yes.
And I think that's what's going to be coming up next. That's TDM bracket. We're done with that now. We've ceased. Completed that. PERMITTA Esports, KASIK, No Mercy Warriors. They will be continuing. SHOCKWAVE versus the Nameless team tomorrow.
Yeah, we're treating you to that one tomorrow. But today, as Blank was mentioning, we are over to the favourite of, well, certainly of Blank and certainly of plenty of other people, Sanhok, as we go into this one. The Gladiators haven't had the most illustrious run today, Blank. They were in a pretty central position over on that Miramar, but they were denied by the No Mercy Warriors in that previous match. Hopefully, a little bit better of a position over on the Northwest Island this time around. We'll have to wait and see, as they will be dropping in with plenty of other teams. MADBULLS will be playing on their south, who will look to try and maintain their lead.
Sanhok, though, honestly, you're right. There's a lot of moving parts here. I think a couple of teams that we didn't expect to do so well today have stepped up in big forms, which is always nice. I think MUERTE definitely a team that has really increased their numbers during this weekend. And again, it's kind of where I expect them to be. It's a team that I predicted to be in the top 3 at the start of the tournament. I think that was slightly overconfident from me, but, you know, I liked what I saw from MUERTE. I assumed that they could go a little bit further, and they have, you know, 161 points, tied with Gladiators currently, with Gladiators ahead of them with chicken dinners overall. We'll see what happens here on Sanhok. Right now, MADBULLS will be dropping down towards Ruins. Gladiators in this match too, looking to get some more points. Break away from where MUERTE has caught them up so fiercely.
Try and keep that gap that they've established earlier on into the phase. Those bonus points certainly in the back of their minds. We've spoken a lot about the bonus points from this phase, but of course there is the general ranking bonus points as well, which the MADBULLS Phase 1 performance will carry over into Blank. The fact that they've already managed to get such a lead gives them a really good head start into those standings. If they're able to get 20 bonus points from Phase 1 and get towards the top of the tables in the general rankings, they've already bagged close to 40 points into that final when they most likely qualify in that stage. So we'll be looking for good stuff to continue for the MADBULLS into Phase 2. If they can put up a good result there, it's very likely that they're in a good spot to take it home fully. Circle pops, southwest side, gonna have to transition around.
Yeah, I think for MADBULLS, it's a good point to make in terms of the general rankings. Like, it's such a big buffer as well. They've already set up here, you can see on your screens, you know, that is like 50 points or more, around about 60 points in fact. It's really quite a lot of points ahead of Gladiators currently, so they need to catch up. And again, that's always with a game in hand here for MADBULLS, not playing the first game of the day. And I do think for Gladiators, it's a bit of a sweat match they have to go on for here, because they're not amazing at Sanhok. I mean, Sanhok is always a map where they have struggled just a little bit to get towards those later circles. I enjoyed when they instant sent down towards Trifecta. That was one of my favorite matches that they played on this map, and then played from there, trying to head further down towards the south. And I think with this circle, you know, you just drop towards Camp Alpha, loot as fast as possible, head towards Tixie, head trifecta and just try and hold out around Titan. You know, without KASIK in the game either, you know, this area is a lot less contested. PERMITTA Esports haven't headed up there this time around. There is definitely opportunity for Gladiators to get into the circle quite quickly this time.
One of the major conflicts they've had on that rotation of getting in quickly has been Major Pride as well, who are dropping in boot camp, not playing this time around. That position is held by TUNA. So we'll see if TUNA make that similar rotation, if they've watched that Major Pride rotation that cut off the Gladiators once or twice and played quite well and quite effectively from that position. So we'll see if that does come through to effect. If the Gladiators don't move quick enough down to that southwest island, which I think we're hypothesizing is going to be their best result. I mean, you said before they should regroup over to Tixi. SHOCKWAVE, though, might actually be ahead of the Gladiators onto regrouping on Tixi because they've already moved a little bit further south.
Yeah, I think for SHOCKWAVE, this is something that's happened a few times, actually, where SHOCKWAVE head down this way. Tixi often gets himself an initial knock and then they send away. It's why he's playing in this position as well, just a protective area. KASIK will take down Folly. PERMITTA Esports really not finding the best of luck today, especially here on Sanhok, losing a player right off the gate last time too.
No Mercy Warriors able to pick up the point early with their TDM win. They're looking good. And that is the first point on the cards. Rogo wants to try and play sneaky. I mean, we saw how sneaky he was in that previous match, right? Sitting in the bus, sitting in the UAZ, trying to stay alive near, I think it was Major Pride, if I'm not mistaken. Was able to do so, but didn't really survive too much deeper into the game.
Titans hold down towards that south edge at the moment, so they'll be just chilling at the moment. I think it's ideal they'll hold down towards this side as well. I think they understand that the majority of the teams will be funneling through towards Cave side and Camp Charlie. You know, there's been a massive amount of upset towards that side of the map in terms of the amount of players that are going down. A lot of action on this side as Mixer does find one player over towards Aztec.
We'll be able to get a kill in answer. An elimination found in response. Mixer struggling with that flush, but just about managed to tag it on with the shots. No Mercy Warriors suffering to the backstab now. Rogo in a 1 versus 1 situation with an off angle to support him, but danger is afoot. The UMP spraying down. He knows he's going to have to reload soon. Swaps out, has the M4 as the secondary. So a lot of damage can pour through. Rogo not taking that chance, though. Doesn't want to try and play that advantage. Spots him completely. I think he was spotted in response, and Marlow takes a lot of damage. Now Rogo can look to move on in. Watch Me will be feeding this information back over. The vault in through the window. The spray down is good, and Rogo stays up.
And for PERMITTA Esports, this is very much happy days for them. Goodness me, I mean, they were really on the edge of the fence there, trying to keep things going. And again, Sanhok has been a map in the past where, you know, even Max has highlighted this, that they've actually had some decent results before, you know, to get far into the circle, pick up some winning spots. But I just think this area of the map itself, especially on a southwest shift on the circle, just becomes so dangerous and perilous for so many teams. You know, third parties just coming through thick and fast.
Shots up from Rogo, potential over onto Woodson as they look for the flush, but it's not going to be denied, unfortunately. Mixer falls, 33 temp, 1 over freezing on the Fahrenheit scale. Certainly feeling pretty chilly right now, only 2 of their players alive. Rogo just fends off the Unicorns.
Yeah, I think right now from PERMITTA Esports, this is very much a case of sit in this compound as long as possible, try not to go down too early. Even then, Sanhok is not an easy map to play onwards with just 2 players total. Gladiators finally making their way down towards Trifecta alongside with Tixi. And TUNA don't even bother about even trying to hold out versus Trifecta side. So many teams already sending very, very far down towards the south side of the map. Even MADBULLS head that way. You know, Ruins, Nakam, Tambang, all just completely open at the moment, John.
Available positions on that western coast. It's difficult to make that call, though, for a lot of these teams. Dagestan going to be rotating down through the water and will make landfall in Bantai. Swinging around from that east side. The Gladiators have controlled that Trifecta. looking for conflict right now. I mean, it is still only the Unicorns and PERMITTA close by to one another. Titans might have TUNA to worry about in the coming moments, but no one's super close by. KONINA Power's rotation is probably one that I'm most interested in right now. Are they going to go north of that quarry, south of quarry? Either way, it's likely they're going to run into conflict. There is that junction compound that sits unoccupied for KONINA Power. If they want to make that scout and move, could potentially play well for them, but they'll have to probably go further to the southwest side.
I think if anyone's been watching back these games, you should know that funneling down towards Cave and Camp Charlie is a horrible idea, especially on this particular circle. There's so many teams that just play there all the time, and you're more than likely just to get completely bogged down in engagements and fights and third parties that continually come through, you know, because KONINA Power has to consider about the teams coming in from that north side. Does SBG make that rotate down towards Cave? Does VULGAR make that rotate down towards Cave? And even if they are far behind them, by the time they get into a conflict, they start shooting. VULGAR hears that, they send in, they have the backstab. SBG sends in, they have the backstab. It's just not a great place to be, and I think for most teams, you know, a consideration might just be heading down towards Docks, even just swimming across towards the south side towards Sami, and then trying to just head in towards one of these compounds on the southern edge and play from there. You're just going to be so much safer for so long. You really want to be putting a lot of your focus, a lot of your effort in towards that stage 4 endgame, picking up those positions around the map, getting yourself a large amount of space to work with by removing a significant team.
A lot of danger on that south side, though. VULGAR boys, I mean, they've just been this presence in the lobby that, I mean, we've talked a lot about them, how they like to play passive. We've seen a couple of proactive moments that they start to develop into this season, and hopefully we'll see more of them as time goes on. The VULGAR boys near to SBG in those northeast positions. KONINA Power, they went down south of quarry and towards that cave traffic jam. They're going to try and play on the south edge of it.
Again, this is not the play that I was looking for from them. I mean, if they can sidle the way through, get towards Camp Charlie, maybe cross there on the bridge, on the small bridge at least, that's probably an ideal play for them. VIRTUS.PRO currently holding out over on this northwest side. They'll be making their way down towards ruins. Gladiators, in turn, pick up the compound towards the bridge side above Pioneer, and one compound that's further inwards. So they're trying to hold a lot of space. Very similar play to what we see MADBULLS attempt in the past in terms of trying to confirm as many spots as possible. Quite central, but still does give them a little bit of edge to play around with. SHOCKWAVE and VIRTUS.PRO will be teams that will have to be dealt with in the future. Meku and Matic will be extra vigilant, because not only do they have to wait for the bridge crossing from TUNA Esports, potentially other teams, they also need to make sure they keep an eye on Trifecta. Right now, Tixi and Kitsune are basically just holding position for them and maybe looking over towards VIRTUS.PRO.
I mean, the compound that Matic and Meku have will keep them nice and covered from Titans for the time being, and that Titan position can in turn shut out TUNA a little bit from that crossing. So SHOCKWAVE probably their major threat, and it is getting mounted up just now. SBG and VULGAR boys both going toe-to-toe. Now Valo gets the first flush, potential for res onto Erangel at the back. Erangel's looking to try and get back up. They will be able to enact that. Unfortunately for VULGAR boys, they would not be so lucky, and they'll lose that player and another as well. They lost 2 over in that northeast engagement. Not the best of times. VIRTUS.PRO, in the meantime, have started to encroach onto that southwest position, and Tixi goes down, leaving just Kitsune in this outcrop for them. In the meantime, SHOCKWAVE going to capitalize, and the Gladiators have been split down the middle. There's really not much they can do now. Not regrouping, not playing on that area. It's unlikely that they are going to be able to survive too much longer here, Blank. The SHOCKWAVE position moving down, and VIRTUS.PRO crunching in. VIRTUS.PRO's rotation was late, but it should have been worried about and expected.
Well, I mean, the thing is, they did expect it, right? That's exactly why they're playing. They're holding out the team that's going to come on the backside of ruins. I do think as soon as the circle hits, though, you just have to regroup on one spot, because that's when you're going to start seeing teams making these Hail Mary plays into the map itself to try and pick up position. That spot down towards that south side, excellent. So I think that realistically for Gladiators, yeah, it had to be slightly before that circle shifted. They just sent towards that north side. I think Tixi and Kitsune had done enough in terms of gathering information, they no longer had to hold that hard split. I think a hard split like that is still viable in stage 3 on a map like Erangel and Miramar, which is where you will see teams start to regroup around stage 5. But on Sanhok being such a small map, you have to regroup around stage 3, unfortunately.
I mean, MADBULLS right now, kind of a little bit more split than maybe that advice would let on, but nobody really pressuring them. VIRTUS.PRO potentially could look to move towards Fleek. They have both the compound on the road and the hill to its north, and controlling those rocks there as well. A really solid spot for MADBULLS. The question is, how fast can they regroup when things go a little bit awry, which most likely they will do. Unicorns of Love in their own pretty awry spot right now. KONINA Power will challenge them from the south, pushing in behind them. Rolkis through the door, a lovely nade from Agori, launches it through. We saw what he could do with those nades before, but he is going to be sat back, not going to have another one in hand. Maxa looks to burn away and force them back. I don't think Agori gets back away from it in time. Does manage to get outside, but he's still burning away. It's going to be very difficult to get that res because Of Haze has just got down as well. Nailing another nade around the side. KONINA Power have been on point with these today.
Yeah, it's a good nade, but I think it's too little too late right now. Unicorns of Love push through. Of Haze most likely going to go down to this circle as we're heading towards stage 4 now. Valor just finishing off the last players of VULGAR. Kapahala also down, but Unicorns are low. I think they've done enough here. Again, you look at this circle that just pops right now. Gladiators had a really strong position to play around with. If they had regrouped there, they just don't go for it.
That is a tricky, hard shift up to the north. The Titans are on the inside of Painan, Dark Project as well. Both of them are going to be safe for the time being. The MADBULLS on the south side, I think any other circle, and it would be a clean MADBULLS prediction and potentially win coming on through. But given that they're right on the edge, there is a little bit of scope for teams like VIRTUS.PRO to swipe in, for SHOCKWAVE as well to have something to say about it. Alpha swinging in from that eastern side as Palucci's just getting closed in on here for KONINA Power.
Yeah, I think it's over for them. Again, I mentioned this earlier and I'll say it again, this is not the play you want to make. I think a northwestern shift in terms of rotation would have been fine. I mean, they played towards Paris Resort anyway. It's not like they were forced into making that quarry rotation down towards that south side. Alpha attempts to make their way through, but MADBULL catches them completely off guard here. Some great shots over towards them, cuts them down. And you talk about the split from MADBULLS earlier. I think the reason they can go for this split is there's very efficient cover for them in terms of the rocky outcrops in this area. Fleek holding over towards this western side is playing more as a scout tool than anything. And previously they cleared the entirety of the eastern side of Ruin, so they had a lot of information to work with. Gladiators, on the other hand, weren't working with as much and would have been the first to face when we did start seeing VIRTUS.PRO and SHOCKWAVE starting to come through.
Playing up to this walled compound here. SBG trying to push in past TUNA. The triple MADBULLS prediction from me and the desk, and you've gone for SHOCKWAVE on that western side. They'll have to handle Dagestan to be able to make that one work. TUNA with the scrap still going. Purple re-knocked, and I think, yeah, they're just going to disengage from this. They're going to allow Purple to go down and try and prioritize getting away with a path into the next one to try and make something work there. SBG will continue to move forwards in the meantime. SHOCKWAVE doing well against Dagestan. Will be able to take them out fully, but Aza's down on the back line. Will need to crawl forwards to get that res. Terminus is close enough, so they should be okay.
If he gives up on him, I'll be very sad. I feel like they could get Aza up. And I mean, Wagnazada is actually going to just send in. I think it's because he had the vehicle. Immediately heads over. We'll pick him up and get him on his bike. Back up into position. MADBULLS currently hold a really strong spot in terms of holding out a lot of teams towards the eastern side. It's actually very, very nice for them. You lose one player in the process, though.
Yeah, the nade from VIRTUS.PRO just moved through. I don't think they had enough pressure on that western side to keep that outpost. I mean, demonstrably so, but they have to fold back in and play on this south side. Now, with VIRTUS.PRO as their neighbors, however, could be a little bit tricky.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, SBG's been on a bit of a warpath, but again, any path has to come to an end at some point as SBG comes up against Zero, who showed us even in TDM that he was very slick with it on the shotgun. Luckily, Navallo is here to save the day. Currently at 5 eliminations for the team on this match. The way he was moving there, I thought he was going to take a shot at Victor as well. He was very hungry for eliminations, maybe too hungry.
Just go for another. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Oh, sorry.
That's what
Didn't mean it. VULGAR boys will go down, finally. On the northeastern side, it's been a hard path from that northeast rotation. The circle's crunching them in. The south side seems to have resolved to MADBULLS and VIRTUS.PRO. The main standoff right now for me is that Painan position, right? You've got Titan, you've got Unicorns of Love, you've got Dark Project, who are on the north side of the Painan River, the northeast side, the only team to be there. So potential for a little bit of front-to-back action on that push once Dark Project have to make their move. MADBULLS trying to fend off VIRTUS.PRO, launching forwards. Xerac potentially resable here. Wait does get knocked. So VIRTUS.PRO have to invest into getting this one back up. Xerac away from the rest of the roster here. Just going to force these heals out. Is this a side swipe coming through? An off angle spotted. It's SHOCKWAVE to see VIRTUS.PRO, and that might be the MADBULLS with a lifeline.
Even so, it just takes down Beck in the backline. They're taking out the backstop. It's good stuff. They could potentially even just swing all the way down towards the south side and third party on this one with the 4 players they currently have. I think that's a self-molly, yeah. Ooh, dear me.
It's not going to be ideal, and VIRTUS.PRO are going to continue to put this pressure around. Tuluka's repositioned towards Xerac to bring him back up. If they can get him through, those sight lines will be so valuable. But VIRTUS.PRO have found the cover of this ridge line and will start to move along it. However, Frozen is back up into fighting form. A little bit long on that nade. VIRTUS.PRO moving a little bit further forwards than perhaps they'd expected. The smokes will be there to cover. But it seems to be the 3 versus 3 right now, and Frozen continuing to just give ground, draw VIRTUS.PRO towards them. And Tuluka's swinging out wide in the meantime, hits the deck, and Xerac stays safe from damage, steps up and goes for a brilliant spray over towards Ruda. Looks for another one to Elementrix, but Frozen is cut down in the meantime because SHOCKWAVE have repositioned. Elementrix also similarly curtailed here. Tuluka on the low ground, and Wait sends straight away out of this engagement. The MADBULLS might try and stay up as 3, but VIRTUS.PRO will not have that chance. Frozen sprayed away and should be as 2.
Xerac even taking a lot of damage now as Meku chimes in over towards Dark Project. That's on the edge of Painan. SHOCKWAVE continue to just slowly push their way in, very much angle themselves over towards this high ground. I think they'd rather hold on for as long as possible without having to peek down towards Painan and just clear out this western edge. It's very smart gameplay, and again, this is one of the teams that is very good at holding on the edge at the moment. But SPG do pick up at least one. That's Aza as well as Scars. That is really bad news. Now Fallow with some disgusting shots coming through.
Oh, just about missing, and MADBULLS fall. They try and careen down the hillside and right into the middle of Titans. The open arms ready and waiting to receive. The 4 players from Titans holding strong right now on the northwest point of Painan. Trying to stop Dark Project from crawling across. The duo from Gladiators surviving in Meku. Matic gets to the bush, has a little bit of visual cover, nothing to stop bullets, but might be the thing they needed. The lifeline thrown to them. The rubber ring in the raging sea.
I mean, for the guys at SHOCKWAVE, best bet is actually head down towards where SPG's playing. But right now, it's like there's so many sidelines towards that position. I think they're going to struggle. Gladiators similarly. Another player from SHOCKWAVE will be taken down. Painan finish is always going to be these teams that head towards their central early on, which are going to do very well for themselves. And obviously Titan just haven't had to move an inch, and currently they're dominating from this spot within Painan. Everyone else having to move further towards them. Alpha's already stayed alive for a long time too, as they get taken down by a nade from one of the players from Alpha. As Gladiators out.
At this point, it is Titan's game to lose. It is a Painan circle. It's their drop spot. You know it, you love it. KASIK not going to be able to contest it this time. But that might be changing a little bit because they've just lost 2 players to stepping into a shotgun.
And also SPG, they get the ring. They get the rubber ring over towards their side. The circle is as far towards that northwest side as possible, which keeps the rocking. It keeps the rocking. That's the major thing that they needed. Slowly, and Icy will move out, tries to take shots over towards Mount Valor, and he'll have to step back in again.
3 players alive for SPG, but one of them is down. Alpha don't have sightlines over towards this angle, but can they swing around? Are they aware that Titan are so far diminished as well in their forces? Have they been tracking it? Have they been figuring it out, getting a count on proceedings? Titan are worried about that angle. You can see slowly, Icy worried about the tree. Alpha are low, but Alpha are more concerned with SBG.
Clear them out because they're going to have broad angles over towards Alpha at some point. Last couple of nades been sent over the top. 9 eliminations so far for Titans. A good result for them.
10 for SBG. It's Alpha who are flagging. 1 elimination only on 10 Chick. Looking for a better result here. We said that MUERTE have really stepped up in these last couple of games today. Another nade might be the end of Titans here, but the airburst is just too long on the cook. More might do the trick though. That Molotov looking good to burn down by the shoreline. Icy trapped, has to hop up and slowly's already down. Oh my goodness. He sprays down Alpha in the meantime. What a hop up from Icy. Stands tall for Titan when it matters. SBG, they're playing as 3 and they are just going to use those numbers to play the advantage. A hard northwest shift on the circle gives the opportunity for SBG to close this one down. A second chicken dinner so far on their tournament, and Titan were denied from Painan.
I mean, Alpha, their theme song was playing for the majority of the end of that match. The fact they got so far and done so well as just 2 players. Icy turns off the radio almost instantaneously, just hops up, 0 HP, somehow just sprays down both. What a good transfer from him. Yeah, that was a very cold play towards the end game, and I think Alpha felt quite put out the fact that they didn't get a second place, which felt like it should have been theirs. I did enjoy also the fact that he moved backwards and forwards behind the rock before he's like, I just have to do it, right? I'm just going to have to jump on.
I mean, sometimes you've just got to make that choice, right? And in the end, lands them up into second place, picks up a couple more eliminations. Great news for Titans. Similarly stepping up, MUERTE have got a challenger for that 3rd place spot. Well, hang on a minute, Gladiators as well, right? Because they're not safe, to say the least. But it was SBG to take home the 2nd Sanhok of the day.
There it is, man. SBG making it happen. Max is so happy, bless him.
We don't see them often. I got to celebrate when it does happen, you know. Nice move from SBG. To be honest, they cleared TUNA north in a really nice rotation, holding onto the ridge next to that, next to the bridge location, which is a good defensible position. So they were just taking shots at everyone. So good job, SBG. Keep it up.
I'm going to be honest. This completely subverts any of my analysis completely, because they made the crossing on the river when all looked hopeless, if I'm perfectly honest with you. With the circle positioning, with all of those teams kind of on what was that kind of southwest island and how they could have potentially tried to hold it off, I cannot believe that SBG was able to do this underneath the bridge and then be able to work that river embankment. Kudos to them, man. Kudos to them.
Yeah, their 5 versus 2 really slowed down their approach, but they were able to then make it over to the bottom of the bridge and then just heal up from their wounds, get a little bit ready for the next transition. And then all the other teams on the west were fighting. And thanks to that, SBG not only get the chicken dinner, but get an extra 12 juicy points on board with those eliminations. So I'm pumped. I feel like SBG still needs that extra confidence boost after all of these big roster changes they've been going through. And Navallo still has to prove himself as an IGL. It's been a rough game. They were able to weather the storm, which I'm pumped to see. Though Titan still bringing some points in, so another contender here at the top as they just fully cleared here, Kalaris, the entirety of Painan. Clearing, what did they do? They gate-kept Unicorns of Love, then pushed against Dark Project north of the river. They were making sure they were the only remaining team in that city.
Yep, we have ourselves an amazing situation for Titan, all things considered here. 11 eliminations on Sanhok is nothing to sniff at here, and all things considered. I mean, the way they were holding those buildings and the position overall at Painan was fantastic stuff. Meanwhile, down towards the bottom here, again, not that many points coming in from Gladiators and MADBULLS here.
Yeah, they got what, a second 2-point game, now a 3-point game. So it seems like the new guard has been able to step up pretty significantly, which is nice. This was the game where Major Pride were not playing, so there was not much they could, well, there was nothing they could really do technically. But yeah, we'll see if Major Pride can start to get more points on board in the last match of the day. But though MADBULLS actually, I thought there was going to be a nice rotational path for them to go for from the south, but their split was hold on to maybe a little bit too long. And because of that, they instantly lose, I think it was Naomi, really quickly to the hands of VP.
Yeah.
Then you have Shockwave going for the third party. If you're not able to exude pressure early on and teams get so close like what VP were doing, you're not going to escape that ridge. So it could have been a good game, but VIRTUS.PRO were the undoing of MADBULLS this game.
Yeah, definitely tough down towards the bottom. And again, when you make these transitions on Sanhok, it's all so foliage heavy, very difficult to try and get to another location, another checkpoint unscathed. But here's the head-to-head between SPG and Titan Gaming here, who were able to prevail, all things considered. Again, you know, for Titan, let's, you know, play devil's advocate here for a moment. They are dropping around that Painan area. It does center up towards Painan. They should be getting big points off of this. They were just scuppered by the cheeky SPG guys who found them. Again, I never see a win from this river embankment ever. Like, so the fact that they were able to do it, it's very impressive.
Yeah, actually interesting. KASIK team were not playing this game, so it did make the Painan drop and looting stage a little bit easier and faster for Titan, so that is something to keep in mind. And they were fully prepared when the likes of Unicorns of Love, Dark Project did get involved in Painan. But I just love that clip at the end where Icy is literally stuck between the rock and there's a molly and it's like, I can't go to the sides. How about I just jump on top of the rock and get a double elim? Is that good? Let's do that. And then just secures a second place. Icy, absolute MVP for Titan this game for sure.
Yeah, he's excellent, is Icy. Of course, we've seen him many times looking fantastic. But look at that Narvalo. Almost 1,200 damage on Sanhok. Wow. Impressive here, all things considered. So, yeah, two players here really, really standing out. And wait a minute, they only did 1,900 damage. So Narvalo did 1,200 damage of that? Hello?
Okay, he was carrying. In that 5 versus TUNA, he did pretty much everything. He was really carrying the team through that, bringing them over. I mean, he's IGLing plus fragging. I mean, because we know from previous events, he can frag out. He is a really good individual solo player. So he is someone to look at. So yeah, really good stuff from SPG. Happy how they were able to perform it and transition. And then, as you said, winning from a position that you don't typically expect a winning team to come from, but they were just able to wait it out on the edge of the circle and wait where teams were starting to move to, where they were waiting for Alpha Team to leave their shed, waiting for Titan to have to leave their own position. And Narvalo, with the DBS, looking pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this makes sense why he's doing a lot of damage. He had a DBS, easy peasy, right? Like, that's how it works. And here he is again with the DBS. Oh! Okay, I'm sure all of his limbs weren't DBS, but you wouldn't see it in the kill.
It might be.
It might be. Really cool, though, to see here, especially as this game does narrow down. Again, you've seen MADBULLS and VIRTUS.PRO down towards the south. As you're saying, for MADBULLS, it did feel like they were just flexing out a little too far here, especially on Sanhok. Unless you have the exact reinforced angles you need, things can go real south real quick on this battleground.
I did really enjoy how Frozen was just trying to hold off VIRTUS.PRO on his own to allow Talika to get the res onto Zerich. It could have worked really well, but the circle went north after that. It was kind of tough for them to execute their game plan as wanted. But yeah, after the Northern Circle shift, none of the teams were going to survive that. It was down to Alpha Team in the middle. And actually, talking about Alpha Team, I feel like every time we see Alpha Team reach the late game in any way, shape, or form is because they've been in a circle where they've been favored by those shifts every single time. So I'd like to see Alpha Team get a good game when the circle isn't really coming their way. I want to see a confident, dominant Alpha Team win where they do start popping off, shredding teams, gatekeeping squads, but we haven't seen that team do it just yet. And yet, like, we see the names of these players like Ashipa, Tenshik, Mandarin, and Reflect in particular are players that we know can bring the heat on these matches.
Yeah, no, definitely. In terms of individual skill, I think there's a lot there for Alpha Team. I just think that sometimes it's not meshing as well as they need it to on the battleground for a lobby like this. Again, in a long-form tournament like this, in multiple phases, maybe they're able to gain traction a little later. But let's check in with the overalls for Phase 1 so far and see how things have shaken up so far. As not much big difference up towards the top. Titan Gaming, of course, having themselves that 4th place kind of stamped to their name. Major Pride, though, with slow moves up, now find themselves in 6th.
Yeah, and you are clearly seeing here the top 4 teams kind of creating a little bit of a gap. Like, you can see the gap between Titan and Alpha Team currently have about, what, 30 points? So that's going to be a little bit tough for Alpha Team and the likes of Major Pride, Nexus to really catch up. So top 4 pretty much, I would say, decided because we're almost at the last day of this phase. So Phase 1, the bonus points are going to be significant for MADBULLS, Gladiators, MUERTE, and Titan. Like 20 points. We saw how significant it can be. I think last season, MADBULLS had 75, 76 of the 80 possible points. Like, that is a massive lead to have heading into a 3-day finals.
Definitely is. I mean, down towards 9th through 16th here. Again, not too much shake-up. SBG still finding themselves an opportunity to try and strike out of that top 8. But of course, getting top 12 here, getting onto that Living matches means more bonus points for you potentially here down the line. A huge thank you as well as a big bonus to good old Monster for joining us here for PMPL EU Fall. And we are ready to head into actually our last game. Things are flying by here, Max, as we now go to the casters. John and Blank, take it away.
Thank you very much, James and Max. We are going to be heading over to another Erangel, Blank. We're going to be treated to one more grassy pastures. We only have the one Miramar today, unfortunately, but we're heading over to everybody's tried and true favorite, I'm sure, Erangel, back home.
Back home again, obviously, but yeah, it's a strong map here. Again, I think the major thing we're looking for is for MADBULLS to maybe have a decent game here. I think today it's been fairly weird in terms of the performance they've been putting up, you know, not some big points in the game. And I think that when you do look at the way they've been playing and the shots that they take and the rotations that they're going for, they're still a good team. They're still strong, like in terms of just their gameplay. Maybe they've just been a little bit unlucky on some of the rotates. I think right now Sanhok is a map that currently PMPL EU is really struggling with, and I think there needs to be some serious homework that's done in between the matches, purely because of some of these rotations are just horrible on that southeast side, right? A lot of different positions of the map have just not been taken up. You know, teams aren't just continuing to, because I think what a lot of people think is, you know, Gladiators, Shockwave on Northwest Island, that's it, no more people can get through. But with MADBULLS sending very directly down towards the southeast, whenever we get those southwest circles, there's definitely a chance for more teams to move through. I think Erangel's more of a position in terms of a map that teams in PMPL EU are starting to understand a lot better. Their rotations are a lot stronger. I think overall rotations are looking very, very smart across the board. It's just in terms of avoiding areas that are packed on the map, which requires a little bit more understanding, a little bit more homework to be done from the side of these teams. And that's okay. You know, it's phase 1. This can all be sorted by the time of phase 2.
Get those fixes in nice and early. And as long as you're sort of up there in those top 5, 6, 7, then potential for just to keep up and then resurge later into the tournament. Well, we saw it from Gladiators last season, coming in strong into the finals. A hard southeast shift here, Blank. It's going to keep MUERTE Power in, it's going to keep Novo in. This southeast quadrant of the map will be our playground.
Yeah, crates down towards Novo side. No one's even headed there. I mean, the circle with the plane path was very much through the center. MUERTE right now facing off against VULGAR, who have actually dropped in Lepovka with them. This is a bit of an odd drop coming through from VULGAR. They should know that MUERTE plays here, and immediately MUERTE, which is a team that loves to scrap early, I don't think it's the team that you want to be fighting at this point in the game.
Going to be trying to step on in. Milky Way joining in with Malloy. Looking for the sprayer on the corner. Pillhouse giving them the run around a little bit. The UMP in hand hasn't managed to get that reloaded just yet, but we'll be able to pop those rounds back into the chamber. Milky Way goes down. Maybe potential for a flush there as well to lead MUERTE down on 3. You said they like an early scrap. Did they like it like this? I'm not sure. Malloy will even it out, but they've already lost a player, and a second goes down to Foopsman as well, as Furia lit up from the sidelines with the AKM. A long loot from Foopsman brings the AKM to the fight.
Yeah, pretty horrid initial loot here for MUERTE, unfortunately. They might just be able to get Fury back on his feet, but a lot of shotguns available. Malloy just about picks himself up an AKM as well. Nake moves through. He's got the Honey Badger as well as the Micro Uzi, so he's rocking the submachine guns big time.
He's trying to get it on, but close by or on the wall with the nade in hand. He needs to be careful. Furia, no meds to speak of, so very, very low. Wonder if he's got too many rounds either, because Malloy's just been lit up from the sidelines. Foopsman continues to wade into the fight. I think it's safe to say that Foopsman is a standout player for this roster. He is a massive lifeline, a massive credit to them, and has been, I think, the most impressive part of this roster bid so far this tournament. And they are up in 11th place right now overall, Blank, above Dagestan, above Dark Project, and VIRTUS.PRO.
Yeah, I mean, PUBGM has definitely been like that key player on the team in terms of getting the initial picks, in terms of getting the initial openings. He's done very, very well for himself. This is such an odd play, though, from VULGAR, dropping onto towards MUERTE and Lipovka. It's obviously not worked out for either side, and this is just kind of a game that's been written off because of this slightly strange approach to the start of the game. I don't think this is worth it for VULGAR at all.
No, it certainly hasn't panned out maybe the way they'd hoped. I don't know about expected, but is not good news. On the Southeast Circle as well, it's going to be really tricky because it means both of these teams now kind of out of the running, and NEXUS have left from MUERTE Power, from Mini MUERTE as well, and have got a North stranglehold on the Lipovka run out around that east side of prison.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right, because MUERTE is not left as of yet, NEXUS is moving up here and just feeling like there is so much space available, what's going on, whereas MUERTE, why would they move south? And obviously they're just walking straight into the remnants of what was a quite unfortunate scrap between both these teams, in which case NEXUS, the only places that PUBGM as well as VULGAR can go, as well as MUERTE, is over towards NEXUS. But there's many more places that you guys can go, and that's over towards our social media pages over at Esports PUBGM EU on Instagram and at Esports PUBGM EU over on YouTube for them shorts, as we know that you do love them.
Summer's just about ending, but we've got plenty of time for shorts still, I'm sure. Corker and Fury are both trying to get on the road, and they spot EXO across the way in the buggy. They get a turn, and they might want to scrap it out here. Don't know if they think that it's one of the VULGAR boys trying to get away from it, but they turn around, spot Kapahala on the up, and we'll move back down south a little bit. I mean, eventually they're going to have to anyway, but NEXUS not taking the fight just yet, not taking that engagement. You can see Doran on the rock there, on that coastline, who sequestered himself there quite early. But actually, they might have given them the slip a little bit here. For MUERTE, they've gotten ahead of NEXUS and have backfilled them a little bit here. But they are certainly known on the position, trying not to spin out as much as possible, dodging the various trials and tribulations on the way, and away they go. Corker does get pulled out by EXO, though. And you can't get away unscathed with that. I was going to be very surprised, but it probably makes a lot of sense that Corker goes down there.
Yeah, it's a great shot from EXO as well. I think realistically that's actually a good result for NEXUS. You know, a two-man team can be a pain later on, but a one-man team, or just one dude, not really a team at that point, is slightly less of an issue for yourself because they're just going to go for the salvage at that point. They're not going to be pushing into the circle. I say that though for MUERTE, they did get themselves a solo chicken dinner before.
Tell that to Milky Way. He's not going to give you the answer that maybe NEXUS would want you to. Alpha trying to scrap it out with PERMITTA right now. But over the way, the MADBULLS are going to be on the eastern front of this fight. And the Alpha team going to be very worried. Folly nade in through the window. Tags reflect pretty heavily there. Half his HP gone, immediately pops that med kit. The only major healing he's got. Not sure if he's got any bandages to play with, but Folly continues to push up. Alpha back up to the gas cylinder there. Folly tries to cut down the cross. We'll be able to find one onto Zashipa. Mandarin as well. Trapped out wide. Has to reposition the nade from the back line to try and back him up. But a lovely double peek from PERMITTA. Finds the knock, the flush, and in they go. Reflect sallies forth to try and get an answer. Will look for Folly as well. Lines him up, and PERMITTA going down in a similar fashion to Alpha now.
I think this is going to be some of the worst fights we've actually seen in PMPL EU, just all in this Erangel game. The initial nades coming through from both teams on this side looked pretty lackluster. So I'm not sure what happened there, especially, you know, the VULGAR to MUERTE fight, this PERMITTA as well as Alpha fight. Usually Alpha's a pretty good team when it comes to playing together and taking those off-angle shots, but just felt like they allowed PERMITTA just to walk up on them. Especially after those nades through the window, there was definitely a chance to take shots at them as they went through here. So I'm a bit confused. Oh, I'm not confused about that circle, and neither is NEXUS as they instantly send over towards MUERTE.
Nasty. That is disastrous, really, for most of the teams in the lobby. That MUERTE position VIRTUS.PRO currently sit near is going to be now very, very busy with plenty of threats. And actually, this is great for Furia.
Yeah, he's going to live. He's going to live a long time. I mean, on that coastal side, you can just sit down there. And when things start to get a little bit hairy, you know, you can even start swimming out towards the ocean. Not a bad play from at all, either in terms of just getting those placements. Eventually, it's more than likely some team is going to move down towards where he is on that little tooth of the coast. He'll have to send away. Nexus have the pick of the litter, though, and I think they're, you know, eyes a bit too big for their own belly as they try and take up a huge amount of space here. Again, for a lot of teams, it's difficult to get in towards this location. It's difficult to make the rotate in. You move through the dead trees. You move into a location that has a lot of sight lines that is available. Most teams are opting to go for this MUERTE rotate. It's the smart rotate, but it's also the rotate that everybody's taking.
Yeah, that MUERTE area, very, very busy, as we were saying before. Dagestan, KASIK, both now playing around this position. KASIK trying to play on the outside of the garage. Nade in through the window, a nice bank towards the staircase, but it's not going to find too much. An answer, 1, 2, 3 knocks. Almost immediately, the nades start to have an effect, start to find that impact, but both teams are being shredded in this engagement. The nades were looking quite good, but Unicorn now looking to try and keep Dagestan low. Both teams playing with 2. Limbo pushes out of the door, looks for the shots, tries to keep it alive because English is down on the outside. Trofka wants to push around and back Unicorn up, but he's on such a low amount of HP. Into the vehicle he goes. That is dangerous in their face of Trofka. He hops straight on through, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Zadira tries to peek around the side. Trofka is there, and he manages to find the shot. The spray is good. Unicorn, though, wants an answer. There's so many vehicles in here. It's very difficult to move on the ground floor, and up to the top he goes. Zadira retreats.
It's going to threaten the res here, probably the best thing he can do, but English has to get on top side and continue to pressure the player up above, prevent him from getting those nades down the stairs, which would be very bad, but a nice nade from Trofka will find him, very well placed. Titans moving up towards Major Pride is a nice dip to play around, but if you've got a team ahead of you on this high ground, life becomes very difficult. Yeah, very unlikely that ICU is going to get away from that one.
No covering position for the Titans. They were already on the road. They're already out of there. And probably wisely, you don't want to continue that engagement. Just get along, try and get into the next foothold to launch yourself to the next point, because there's a lot of teams ahead of you. The south of this peninsula is really covered now. MADBULLS with a central position on that area. You've got PERMITTA with their remaining players a little bit further north of that. The Unicorns of Love right on that coastline. TUNA have gone for a swim. Living up to their namesake, but they're going to have to fish themselves out of there sometime.
Or Fury can get the old fishing rod out and reel himself in a couple of eliminations that he wasn't particularly expecting to come his way. For Nexus, though, there is a really strong compound they're currently holding towards the central side. You know, MIRTE, they're probably going to be taking that up soon, which would be a nice spot to have for themselves. I think in terms of just sightlines from that area, it's going to be very beneficial. Doran does set over towards the eastern side. Flique, though, over towards Rolkis. We'll take him out, but Frozen will get flushed down to 2. Again, MADBULLS really not having the best of days today.
No, uncharacteristic of them. They've already done enough to seal their spot at the top, but Flique going down leaves only 1 MADBULL alive. That's Tulika. Will spot the player trying to rotate up for Rolkis and get that res, but unlikely you're going to be able to stay on that position alive for too much longer. It's a nice little dip to play, but as a solo, it's going to be so hard to hold this one down when you've got the Unicorn so close by as well. It's a very tricky thing to try and enact. Shockwave in the meantime over on the northwest side, near to Major Pride, and Shockwave find the first opener. Look for a tag onto Naomi, and just about hits that front left wing mirror on him. Tags out the hip and swipes him aside. 1 player now active. No meat behind the rock. They will swell over it. Magnazada is there, and they just give him the spin. That's going to be Major Pride out. Shockwave handled the fight handily on that northwest edge.
Yeah, easy peasy. Some fairly nifty little rundowns coming through from Scars, which the team would be fairly pleased with. I mentioned that, you know, the split was maybe a little bit too big from Nexus, but I think the fact that maybe they were assuming, because of the playing path, a lot of teams would be heading down towards mini MIRTE side, pushing through there. and having a real struggle bus of a scenario. So in the meantime, where they see that most of the ground around them is completely free, they take a position over towards the east side of the road and that compound on the west, which they can quite comfortably hold with just 2 players, an EXO and Octavian. They've got good sight lines over towards the compounds that sit just underneath the ridge side on English, as well as Titans and Hate Most from the Nameless. So they can sit there quite comfortably. So they leave Kapahala behind, and I think this is just in the eventuality that we do move over further towards the east. There's that first nade from Fury we were talking about earlier. You know, dynamite fishing isn't always approved of, but Fury certainly will find himself an elimination for his troubles.
Yeah, if it works, it works. You know, you'll take those points where you can get him. For MUERTE as well, with Titan playing a little bit more central than they are. They have a higher point scoring potential in this match, and both of them are looking to jump over the Gladiators. In the meantime, it goes over to the coastline with the shift. Keeps Nexus in power right now. Can they hold this split?
Yeah, it's a bit annoying for Nexus as well, because this could shift up towards that northwest side, in which case, you know, EXO as well as Octavian's position is still very, very strong. But do you take that risk? Do you want to take the risk right now of just holding on to this spot rather than heading over the roadside and trying to take a position that's dead central in the circle? TUNA now sends in over towards Doran and Kapahala. Most likely will be taken now. He stops a bit short though. And TUNA is the type of guy that could take a 2v1. Never mind, he's done.
He's out of it. Nexus able to handle that one. 11th place for the MADBULLS to end a lackluster run on the day, but their first 4 days certainly going to be enough to prop them up towards the top of the tables. The question is, how close can MUERTE and Titan get this match? Obviously, a solo performance from Furia. The circles have been in his favor, and I don't think Rolkis is aware of this position. TUNA will be, but I don't think the Unicorns will. How far can they go? The Titans with 3 are a little bit in a better position to try and leapfrog up, to try and challenge. 221 at the start of this match was the points for MADBULLS, so still a very, very big gap to close, but every little helps.
Yeah, I still think that, you know, I think they started the day with 216, so what is that, 5 points total? It's pretty grim in terms
13,
of...
yeah.
Oh, 213, so it's really not a lot they earned on the day. I think less than 2 digits in terms of placements and eliminations. So a bit of a struggle situation. SBG, Inals will be found. Narvalo will be flushed away. Scars gets knocked by the Plazer. I think he's had too much fun this game with the vehicle anyway, so it might be time for him to be leaving anyway. But yes, Shockwave do tend to make some of these decent rotations, but I think that their idea of playing edge is right against the back of the blue. And I think that they could afford to start moving in a little bit earlier sometimes, find themselves some good positions. Titans will be moving over to where Nexus is currently holding. Doran and Kapahala have done such a fantastic job at holding down this ditch that's in this location. I think Octavian and EXO should be really proud of them so far. It's not easy always to do, and they've had to be extra diligent in holding these down and being very good on the sprays, which is why they send Doran and Kapahala here, some of their best fraggers, some of their best aimers, in fact, to take these shots and make sure to hold this ditch down for them in future.
And they still have that northwest outpost. The split from Nexus is powerful. Controlling, and KASIK playing as 3 have a diminished ability to push in on that western side. Shockwave and SBG were the main threats, but they seem to have taken care of themselves, resolved their own engagement, and reduced the number of teams that can really push in. I mean, it's only Unicorns as full 4, and right now they are locked into this hodgepodge of teams just trying to survive on the cliffs.
Yeah, you're playing an awkward edge here. Titans might just be able to get one of their buddies back up again. Kapahala continues to harass. And I think with the next circle, it might actually be beneficial for now for EXO and Octavian to start regrouping alongside with Kapahala and Doran. They might wait a little bit to take shots over towards the Nameless, as well as KASIK. TUNA, though, stepping up out of the water finally.
Onto dry land they go, and already taking a knock over towards the Unicorns of Love. Titan are playing on this coast side as well. We saw them careen their way down here. Purple, wary of Furia's position. TUNA, the only team that knows there is a solo snake around this area. Furia's out into the water, worried about these nades being launched, and TUNA are scouting these cliffs. The rock's not a sanctuary for him anymore, so trying to take a dip when he can stay alive a little bit further. Unicorns on a 2-2 split. Will be able to get that res done, and Woodson is back into action.
I think this is one of the few games where actually we can be totally okay with this split coming through from Nexus, you know. Nice nade over the top side. We'll find one. Nobito gets sent down towards the depths himself to meet with Davy Jones. Maxa will try and take some more shots, but the rest of the Unicorns of Love are just sending upwards. Woodson takes a heavy hit from Purple. Nade in hand. Looks to toss it over towards the rock side. Get the airburst on it.
Cook looks good and able to find Woodson, but he's still the last player to stand, and the Unicorns have plenty more where that came from. Rokas into the vehicle, and in the meantime, Furious just escaping slowly getting across this bay, but Titan are ahead of him. A full sweep prediction for Nexus, and who wouldn't on the powerful position they have, that ditch, that position out on the west. KASIK now pushing in on this northwest point, but they've got the Nameless players as well to deal with.
EXO will take down the Nameless alongside with the help of the KASIK team. But this is exactly what, you know, these guys were here for. The reason they remained in this spot for so long was purely to damage and harass the teams that were moving out from the western side. This is now a point in the game where, you know, EXO and Octavian could actually decide to come back over towards where Kapahala and Doran are playing, as opposed to playing in this position. But they could just continue this. I do slightly worry for Doran and Kapahala, as some sightlines are now making themselves available to take shots towards their position, particularly Mixer, and Kapahala has to immediately get towards cover.
Can he get to the rock? Can he stay? A blinder of a knock coming on through to save Kapahala potentially, but Trofka has the off angle, and now the lack of regroup from Nexus is really starting to bite, and bite hard as well. Very open, and all of those teams who have now moved off that south coast, crunched in from the north, have managed to get these sightlines over towards Doran and Kapahala. Kapahala, obviously, that first casualty. Ingush taken down in the meantime. Look at the high ground position here as well. I think that KASIK will know about it. Ingush has already been knocked. Unicorn goes down to Octavian in the meantime. And now KASIK can start to get cleaned up, but Nexus are forced to play on with 3. Doran is still alone, right next to Unicorns as a trio.
Yeah, the issue that comes to a head there is the fact that Kapahala and Doran got a bit too comfortable in that ditch, right? They started taking some shots, some positions that were a little bit more open, assuming that they still had a huge amount of power to play around with. And what changed was the fact that a lot of the engagements around the side, the map that allowed them free reign in the central position had come to had concluded, right? Shockwave, SBG, Titans, as well as the MUERTE, Unicorns of Love and TUNA. So I think for Doran and Kapahala, as the game goes on towards stage 5 and stage 6, that's when you have to start, you know, settling down a bit, just holding down the ditch as you did earlier on when those rotates were coming through. Because there was that small window between like stage 3 where it's a case of hyper defensive gameplay from Kapahala and Doran. Stage 4, you get a little bit more freedom to play around with, and stage 5, that's when you have to get your head back down again and remain safe. So I think for them, they just kind of missed out on that third step realistically.
Potential misplay from Nexus could cost them the game. They are going to have to leave that high ground. Octavian, I think, might have jumped down given his health bar there, but does have, I think there was a med kit to be able to top him back up to full health. EXO out as well. Trofka lying in wait. That is the major danger that they have to worry about. PERMITTA as well, just a little bit further south and out of the compound. Trofka should start to hear these movements fairly soon. But I'm sure Nexus are worried. They know that they didn't get that flush and there's a player close by. Over on the east side, Furia finally is fallen. And MUERTE will go down. 4 points on the cards for them. Titans still going. Southeast side, they're swimming. They have been for a while. Certainly plenty moisturized out in the water, but that beach ahead of them is so barren. Very unlikely that they get out of here. As there's Unicorns on the coastline, you've got SBG as well.
Doran's actually tossing nades over that way to try and keep them back. And it's good that he's continuing to maintain presence in that position while staying slightly out of the engagements. And that's basically what he has to use his utility for. Probably won't have it towards that end game, but right now is the best time to use it to try and create a path for the rest of his team to get to him.
What do you do there if you're Titans? You just wait. It is barrel-based fish play right now for Titans, and slowly the first one, I'm sure, to go down here, already starting to bleed out, gets knocked in the water. Not going to be able to survive that. just waiting for Havlik to try and survive as much as possible because Max is there. It should be feeding that info back on over. PERMITTA spotted on an off angle, and SHOCKWAVE are going to try and move south as well. It's PERMITTA getting shunted out again. Just sprayed down by Octavian. Trofka yet to enact a third backstab here. With the wall at his back though for Octavian, he is a little bit safer than maybe he thinks he is.
Escaping out of the way. I think that's PERMITTA down. Great opening from Doran. Really wonderful for him to spot that one out. He's essentially just helping his teammates the entire time. And again, just providing this position they can regroup on. And Trofka is just this massive problem area for Nexus. As soon as Trofka gets removed, Nexus has a real clear shot into this game.
8 eliminations so far on the match for Nexus. They've been leveraging their position well, Blank. They profited quite a lot here. It's good to see them try and stand up on this split, on the circle that finishes near them. This is great news for Nexus. It keeps their duo in circle. They don't have to leave, which would allow Trofka a big backstab opportunity, and Doran can continue to manipulate this ditch, play towards the Unicorns who've lost their player on the coastline as well.
It might be, I say this, I'll say it again, there might be an opportunity for Doran to potentially regroup with the rest of Nexus, maybe. But I don't know, I think he's going to continue playing here. I think he's providing a lot of good information for them. Nadenham for Trofka, with both players being inside.
Oh no. He sees them. There's the cook, he steps up. It just goes a little bit long. The damage is good, but it's not quite enough. Hair-raising moment for Nexus, but they have removed Trofka, and that is the go sign that you were looking for, Blank, to establish much more presence and that shot into the circle.
Yeah, having this wall available to them is so massive now. It was a bit dangerous just because they had no idea where Trofka was. They slowly clear things through. The nade is pulled, and I think that the fact that EXO and Octavian just immediately start running through the door is the main difference maker there, because then all your plan just goes to nothing in that situation for Trofka. Nice shot there from Rolkis, quick stand-up.
Will get shut down. Victor on the coastline for SBG. 4 teams remain as Nexus playing as the only 3-player roster, the maximum number of players in the lobby right now. SHOCKWAVE on 2, Unicorns on 2 as well. SBG straggling with 1. Will get naded out as well, and the Unicorns trying to move up on this sloping hill close to Doran. But he's spotted SHOCKWAVE. He's busy. He's got shots over towards the tower, and Terminus feels the brunt of it.
Again, always good information coming through from Doran. Gotta be careful. 6 nades available. I didn't realize he had so many. That's really useful, especially for Rolkis and Macvins. Should know that they'll be creeping up in his position shortly. So the nades he tosses now are going to be really influential. If he dies and passes 6 grenades across to Unicorns of Love, that is horrible.
And SHOCKWAVE are gone. Octavian moved across. Unicorns of Love were suppressed, and immediately heads up push from Octavian. Knows he's completely safe to go for it. And now he has that cover. Nexus with a 3-point hold over this lobby, and Octavian able to extract more value from this game. Rolkis now the last to stand for Unicorns. They are not in this next circle. Neither is SnowX. 3 teams now stand, and Nexus on 12 eliminations want to put up 14 to close the day. Bring themselves a 24-point game if they can make it happen. But Rolkis is crawling around. He tags the nade, but he's already on a mission.
I mean, Doran's already tagged 2 grenades over towards Rolkis. I'm surprised that next one didn't just take him out. You can just hear them, like, trickling at his feet. You know, Octavian with the Atex on the Mini 14 has also been massively influential on this map. It's really nice to see, actually. He's been super accurate, taking some insane shots from the position they're in.
That's unfortunate. He needed to commit to that spray. And SBG will burn themselves out of this, deny the point, and that is Nexus to close down the day. 22 points on the chicken dinner. They held a split for quite a while. Looked like it could go a little bit hairy when they lost one of their players out wide, but Doran, demon in the open, and was able to suppress everybody with those nades, bringing Nexus the win.
Yeah, I mean, Dora just pulled out the walkie-talkie, was basically just zeroing on positions for Octavian as well as EXO towards that end game. And again, that doesn't happen if EXO and Octavian don't comfortably hold down that compound for themselves. The game plan was there from basically, you know, minute 5 of the match for Nexus of exactly what they wanted to do, how they wanted to hold things out. The only mistake that was maybe made through that was, like I said before, you know, Nexus with Kapahala as well as Doran getting a little bit too overconfident, but Doran immediately brings that back and starts to play a much slower game, which is what they needed.
A powerful performance near MUERTE power as Nexus draw the energy that they need to be able to convert this last game into a chicken dinner for themselves. We're going to head back over to James and Max.
Powerful stuff by Nexus here. A great 2-2 split from them is able to bag them a chicken dinner. It was looking a little bit tricky here towards some of those final moments as the circles are shifting about, but Mini MUERTE power yields the results. Max, awesome stuff from them.
Yeah, I've been waiting for Nexus win to be happening. I was a little bit doubtful because Trovka was really slowing things down significantly for Nexus. Like, you need to find Trovka, otherwise you're not going to be able to transition over the road. And the fact that the edge of Mini MUERTE was still in play. If Trovka stays alive, like, he was going to be the undoing. He was going to be a Nomi 2.0 in this game against him. So you have to eliminate it. And here, 22 points on board. I mean, we know back as Eastern Stars, right, Kalaris, this is where they used to drop. They know this terrain like the back of their hand. So I'm not surprised to see them claim a win in this terrain.
And it was smart. I mean, claiming that 2-2 position across of it, all of it, sometimes you would say, oh, well, why have they gone so far east to that dip? That dip is very powerful. I've played it many times because it's difficult to get information on what's in the dip when you're driving up to it to try and dislodge people. So it could be 2 players, it could be 3 players, could be 4 players. But Nexus, all they have to do is shoot at things. And you saw as Octavian was able to provide some support fire on that dip as well from Mini MUERTE power. So it's a good little position. Kapahala flexed out a little too far and exposed himself a little too much, but they still win from this position.
You just send it to the dip, you're like, oh, what's in the dip? And it's the Warlord. The scariest thing to have in the dip. But yeah, EXO, hey, we love having EXO playing some matches. 5 eliminations on board, able to negate the rotations of the Nameless and KASIK team alike through the northern side of Mini MUERTE. So he was really doing a lot of heavy lifting in this match with the side of Octavian. So they're working really good as a strong duo. And look at the damage received. Like, except for Kapahala, that's been absolutely bodying the lobby, it seems. Like, everyone took about 50-something damage, so they were really in such a strong position, as you stated, that it was hard to dislodge them out of that strong spot.
And that's the thing, the proactiveness of Octavian to be able to get rid of KASIK team as much as he did. Obviously, there was 1 player remaining, which became a little problem. They did clear that out, but one thing that always becomes a problem when you're holding Mini MUERTE power is eventually teams rocking up on that wall and kind of holding you away from circle transitions. The fact that he got out there, got rid of them as fast as he did, really made this a much easier campaign for Nexus. So very proactive about their actions, and I really, really like seeing that.
If I see them bench EXO again, I'm going to call sabotage from Nexus. You just keep EXO. He's just good. Bloody good. He's really good. And instantly, as they clear the Nameless and Trovka away from KASIK team, they put their focus instantly over to SHOCKWAVE, which at the time had the only high ground position in the entirety of that circle. It's very flat terrain. Once SHOCKWAVE is taken out and you have 3 angles at that point, there's no way you're going to be losing that game. And they even send Octavian further forward to really make sure that the teams on the east can't climb back into the circle. So they knew that the moment they had that control, they got rid of Trovka, there was no way they were not going to get that win. So good communication and good late game shift from the boys.
Yeah, the most important elimination during that game, I feel, against Trovka. But anyway, let's take a look back at the highlights and see what was going on. The game started in a very hectic manner. I'm going to put it that way. Like our previous game, actually, was also quite hectic.
Yeah, it's the TDM effect just happening. Like, oh, we like the TDMs. We're going to start fighting in the first minute or 2. See how that's going to be panning out. But yeah, KASIK team also had their own engaged. Major Pride, though, it was a fight. I'll give you that much. Not one I was really expecting. A few maybe mishaps here and there from them. But SHOCKWAVE, always, as they're trying to transition into those POIs, they just find teams are like, well, you're dead. Let's eliminate you. And then they just arrive in the late game circles is like, how many elims they had at one point? Like 6 or 7? And like, how did they get them? They were just rotating.
Oh, exactly. I mean, you have very limited options in a circle like this when it really crunches down, right? They went to main MUERTE power, and I can understand why. You don't have the luxury of that northern wizard tower in a circle like this. You don't have the luxury of many dips in a circle like this. Even the road, either side of the road compared to some other roads is still just flat anyway. So it is a very rough circle to play here. And unless you've got mini MUERTE power, unless you've got the dip that Nexus had, the other guys are just fish in a barrel, mate.
Yeah, and as also Black mentioned at the end of that game, it was very important for Octavian to have that 8x scope on that Mini 14. Like, he was getting so much information across the grass because the players can be pretty hard to spot out, especially if they have a giddy suit, which I don't think was the case, but they could have. So an 8x to just like scout the terrain when it's flat terrain especially is really, really strong. So good on Octavian to have looted that early on.
All right, let's take a look at the daily winners then and see how everything's wrapped up here for today, as we have got ourselves good old KONINA Power starting things off, and a far more varied day compared to yesterday here, Max, where yesterday we saw, I would say, the usual suspects or the team we expected to win get the victories. Today's been anything but. It's been an absolute mishmash.
Yeah, it's good to see not just your MADBULLS or your Gladiators getting no big fat chicken dinners. No, you're going to have some other teams, KONINA Power, Nameless, MUERTE, SPG.
Okay.
NEXUS Gaming. Have to highlight that one a bit more. But yeah, it's really strong, especially the KONINA Power win. Really happy how they did play themselves around that Paradise Resort terrain and just exert pressure on the Western team. So yeah, I hope I can see more KONINA Power, and it's not just going to be one game here and there. I want to see them get to the late game a little bit more consistently throughout the days.
There was real emphasis on that SPG. I don't even have an UK team. I can't even be like, God, Gracious King, or a little flag. There's no. Anyway, MVP for the day. And actually, I just heard this from our producer, and I'm a little bit bamboozled because I have no clue who to pick, Max. Who do you think?
I don't know. That's a tough one today because you had so many different teams doing well. So I'll just go throw Titan, Icy. I don't know. Let's go.
I'm going to go EXO. I have no
EXO,
clue. I have no clue. All right, let's figure it out for today then. It's going to be Icy. It was Icy. Well done.
It was. I had no idea. I was like, there's no way I'm right. But it's Icy. I mean, as we called him back like, what, a year and a half ago, he is cracked.
Yeah.
You know? He is the guy. He is that guy. And he was on fire, especially in that fight on Sanhok. I mean, he was doing so much work here as they transitioned away of Trifecta, playing that high ground, gatekeeping a lot of the squads as they transitioned across the road. And the other Sanhok in particular, where they were able to clear all of the teams inside of Painan, then move outside Painan. He got a double on like, what, 5 HP against Alpha Team at the time. So Icy, you know what, I didn't expect it, but MVP of the day. Let's go.
Honestly, he's a bit of a prodigy, and it's nice to have him back in Europe, I think it's fair to say, right? Like, to have him back here in the rosters, looking to kind of exert his influence on the lobby. Definitely. Even if things don't work out in the long run on Titan alongside this roster, I could only imagine him moving on to one of the bigger rosters maybe, and finding himself success. But so far, so good for Titan, I think, Max.
Yeah, I do remember when Icy was trying to get in PMPL when he was not 16 yet. He was like, I'm trying. He's like, no, you can't play yet. You just wait. And then he was 16. He's like, okay, it's game over. He's going to pop off.
All right, let's take a look at the overalls then and see what's gone on so far. It's been a bit of a tumultuous day for those teams at the top, but don't worry, Matt, because MADBULLS has still got a very healthy cushion. MUERTE moves up to second place, Max, by 1 point.
Oh, just a singular point. Yeah, MADBULLS not the day you were expecting, but they had such a big cushion, right, at the start of today that they could afford a bad day. They're still going to get potentially the 20-point bonus from the end of this phase, and we'll see how that Livik is going to be going for them, of course. But yeah, MUERTE popping off, and I'm telling you, tomorrow, if they keep doing as good, they could catch up in terms of eliminations alone, at least with the likes of MADBULLS. They're already up there with Titan, just 7 eliminations different. So I'm really pumped with this MUERTE roster. And even when they have only one player, like Milky Way, they can still get the win. So that's a massive one.
No, I think, as you say, in terms of those 20 points for the phase, MADBULLS has kind of secured that. That's again, like, you can't make up that difference and then, you know, move forward. So all these teams are going to be looking at the 2nd, 3rd, 4th places here in terms of the points they want to garner tomorrow for the end of this phase, right? Yeah. So looking to try and challenge MUERTE, Gladiators, and Titan, or all these other teams, as NEXUS in 5th place has got themselves some really healthy points from this game to try and challenge that. And it is good to see this roster, I mean, being able to do this well. I mean, this position, as you were saying, is kind of their forte. They know how to play mini multi-power in these areas, so good to see that conversion come through.
I wanted to highlight a point on the first page. That's okay, but like we had a lot of teams that had a lot more eliminations and placement points. You can see like there has been a significant change in how teams approach this and what their focus is actually set onto. Though onto the lower side of the page, SBG, you know, with of course some good results. That win also today on that 1 second Sanhok of the day, able to climb up and just shy of that first page. So it does seem like still, despite the roster changes, we did mention they're still trying to find that groove, but as they get more confidence over time throughout this phase, I feel like they could start off phase 2 maybe off a better position. So I'm hyped to see what SBG can do in the long run in this season.
And coming into tomorrow, these positions are in the danger zone if you want to get yourself some extra points on the board and try and strike out for a Livik. So everyone, Dagestan to No Mercy Warriors, you need to step up tomorrow. Try and get some big points on the board and secure yourself that bonus game and then maybe a few more points from the phase max, right?
It's unfortunate to see VIRTUS.PRO though fall off the way they did. They had such a good like comeback on day 3, and today we didn't see much of them. So I mean, maybe it's just one bad day, which can happen to any team. It happened to MADBULLS, so it goes to show it can happen to anyone. But I hope we can still see that comeback continue for VIRTUS.PRO because they showed true potential yesterday.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. All right, well, oh no, let's take a look at our predictions.
Oh, no.
It's not been a great day for everybody, but this is across 2 days, so we're okay, Max.
You know what? It doesn't look that bad.
No, it doesn't.
But it's been a pretty tough day. Let's say that much, okay? We all got the NEXUS win at the end, so it did kind of help out a little bit, that NEXUS. Thank you very much, NEXUS. We appreciate Romania. But yeah, Blank is he's still first place. And I don't like that.
No?
No, I don't like it.
I've noticed that we use Blank's picture in both directions. I've seen him looking this way. I've seen him looking that way on some graphics. So that's weird, that. But anyway, thank you very much to everybody tuning in today. Thank you very much to Monster Energy for joining us here for PMPL EU Fall as well. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here to fuel everybody and get us good to go. Any final thoughts, Max, for day number 5?
Oh, I'm hyped to see day 6, who's going to be wrapping things up and who's going to make it to Livik. I don't, okay, it's a bit, oh yeah. I can't wait to see SBG, how they're going to play tomorrow.
That's acceptable. That's acceptable. All right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in today. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place, for more PMPL action. See you then.